Are more and more travelers throughout America going Greyhound?
I'm going to always go Greyhound because it's convenient for me and the prices are reasonable.
Well, I always found Greyhound to be very acceptable, and the drivers are courteous, and the bus's equipment is good.
I find it's economical, I find it's quick, and I find it's very convenient.
Can't beat the price. It can't be the best. That's the best way to beat inflation right now is riding Greyhound.
Why don't you go Greyhound and leave the driving to us?
Is Charlie down for Mom's yet?
Not quite.
When can we see him?
Wait right here. Smile, Charlie.
Would you want to miss this picture because you didn't have a flash? With the Kodak Colorburst 250, you never will, because the flash is built right in.
Wow, look at those cheeks.
Let's surprise Charlie.
The Kodak Colorburst 250, the only instant camera with the built-in flash.
I can put the wash on the fly, feed the kids, get dressed, pass out the kisses, and get to work by 5 and 9. 'Cause I'm a woman, Anjali.
Give her Anjali, the 8-hour perfume for the 24-hour woman.
I can bring home the bacon, Anjali. Fry it up in a pan, Anjali. And never, never, never let you forget you're a man. 'Cause I'm a woman.
Anjali, the 8-hour perfume for your 24-hour woman.
Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Enjoy that nut.
Mounds don't.
Almond Joy's got rich milk chocolate. Coconut and orange nuts too. Mounds got deep dark chocolate. Chewy coconut. Ooh. Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Peter Paul, Almond Joy's got nuts.
Peter Paul Mounds don't.
Because
Sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes you don't.
I looked at Rabbit, Chevette, and Civic. But once I looked at this new Mazda GLC, that's all it took.
Just one look, that's all it took. Yeah, just one look, that's all it took.
I really like Mazda GLC's great standard features, and its great mileage. I also like the looks of its nice low price.
Yeah, the more you look, the more you like.
Tuesday on Three's Company. Everything goes wrong when Jack takes his final exam at cooking school. Then on Taxi.
Louis.
The tables are turned when Louis has to work for Latka and his new assistants.
No more going to the bathroom until you fix our caps.
Yes, sir.
And on Heart to Heart, somebody cooks up a spicy new recipe to kill Jennifer. Tomorrow night on ABC.
This is Don Adams. Would you believe I'm back in my first movie? Would you believe me? Agent 86 is on the trail of a deadly ring of weirdos. Would you believe my agents and me are going to expose the enemy? Or is it vice versa? Well, believe me. See me, Don Adams, as Maxwell Smart. Sorry about that, Chief. In the Nude Bomb.
Rated PG starts Friday at a theater near you.
Take it off, off, off.
Take off pounds with one timed-release, clinically tested PVM capsule each day. You lose weight because you stay on a low-calorie diet.
Take it off, off, off.
One PVM capsule works continuously to help keep you from feeling hungry all day.
Take it off.
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 PVM capsules are a proven way to lose weight because you stay on your diet.
Tuesday, it's the Happy Days Beauty Contest. But if Fonzie picks just one winner, he'll be running from the runners-up. Then, Laverne and Shirley open their own restaurant. But there's many a slip between the grill and the lip.
Tomorrow night on ABC.
That's Incredible will continue in a moment.
A mother who cares for children with very special problems. Tomorrow on Good Morning America.
Sit. Nice puppy. Stay. That's a good puppy. Crocker Bank is giving away this well-trained puppy. He's called a Crocker Spaniel. Just deposit at least $500 in the new or existing savings account and he's yours. I didn't say lie down. Come in soon to Crocker Bank, the bank that's doing more for your business. Crocker Spaniels available while the litter lasts.
A vigil for the hostages in Iran ends. More at 11.
When people try to guess my age, they usually say, oh, 31 or 32. But when I tell them I'm 38, they can't believe it. What are my secrets? The special one is oil of Olay. It's like your skin's own natural fluid, so your skin drinks it in, easing dryness, leaving your skin soft and smooth. Now, oil of Olay won't take 10 years off your age, but it can help you look younger.
Discover the secret of oil of Olay. It can help you look younger, too.
Kellogg's new Honey and Nut Cornflakes have the flavor you can see, hear, and taste. Can you see it?
There's nuts on the flake.
Can you hear it?
Sounds crunchy.
Can you taste it?
Honey, nuts, and corn.
Kellogg's Honey and Nut Cornflakes. Can you see it?
Nuts right on the flakes.
Can you hear it?
Sounds crunchy.
Can you taste it?
Honey, nuts, and corn.
It's the Honey and Nuts that make it Kellogg's Honey and Nut Cornflakes.
Can you give me another bowl?
Kellogg's Honey and Nut Cornflakes.
Make it special for my girl. She's come with me to share my world. Make it special, a very special day. She'll love to watch what's going on and see what I do. Then a very special business lunch at Burger King for two.
Flavor burgers, fries, of course.
Make that a shake. Hey, she's the boss. Make it special. Make it Burger King.
Wednesday on 8 is Enough, something strange has hit the Bradfords, the sexual revolution.
Yeah, out and out decadence.
But who lit the fuse? Then, Dallas star Patrick Duffy comes between two angels.
I love both of you.
In a feud that could break up Charlie's first-rate team.
I can't give him up. Neither can I.
And on Vegas, a 30-year-old grudge has Dan caught in the middle of a deadly vendetta.
Wednesday night on ABC.
Do they need a basket now? Waters comes down the right side. He gets over to Puccio. Comes over left side to Wolf. Here comes Waters down the right. He puts it up. He scores! Oh, what a play! On the score!
A cork and a smile. That's the way it should be. And I'd like to see the whole world smiling with me. Coca-Cola and life.
Let's take a look at that again.
And a cork and a smile.
I'll tell you, my Bernice knows what's good for me.
And what's good for me, too, like Kellogg's Most. It's different from any nutritional cereal you can buy.
Kellogg's Most cereal contains a multivitamin and iron supplement, the goodness of wheat germ, and the high fiber of bran, all woven into a combination of ingredients no other cereal offers, and a crunchy wheat taste.
Terrific.
With all that going for you, why settle for less?
Than most.
Thursday night is loaded with laughs on ABC. Mork could wind up attached to a ball and chain when he helps a jailbird fly the coop on Mork and Mindy. Then Marcy goes to pieces when a beautiful blonde goes after her job on Benson. On Friday, the woman who knows the stars best, Hollywood columnist Rona Barrett, presents Bo Derek, Larry Hagman, Kenny Rogers, Christy McNichol, and their mothers in an exciting behind-the-scenes Mother's Day special, That's My Mom. Later, watch a hilarious romantic comedy. 6 singles seeking love pair their desires at a video dating service, the newest way to find a mate. Enjoy The Love Tape, starring Loretta Swit, Larry Wilcox, Mariette Hartley, and Martin Balsam. A world television premiere this Friday on ABC.
That's incredible.
I'm not ready to go yet, okay? I'm not ready. You gotta wait. I got shit to do. I'm in the middle of something, all right? Just hold on.
Watch your mouth or don't come in here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, people, come on, we're adults here. You know what? What is the point?
Yeah, we're adults here. I got a fucking Burger King fucking thing on my head. We're all fucking adults here, guys. People in my chat, 2 words. What are they? 2 words. Let me see the chat flood. Let me see the chat flood. 2 words. Okay. Next caller. Please. Let's get into the meat and potatoes, which translate in American to dick and balls.
I got flip-flops. These are my flip-flops. Yeah, I really like my flip-flops because I can put them on. Because look, watch me put them on. I can put them on all by myself. Watch me put them on. Look, are you watching? Look, these are my flip-flops.
Thanksgiving Day. I remember it clearly. It was Thanksgiving Day. I was inserting myself in somebody else's fucking business as a cash grab, and you know.
This channel is harsh reality.
Karen Yak se jodió la sucia vida. Amen.
This is Jonathan Lee Riches. I have cheeseburgers. I'm gonna put cheese on them. I'm gonna make sure that I have my hamburgers because I'm a big boy now and I can make the hamburgers. My mom lets me use the stove now.
And I'm just like, wow, I like receipts, and they brought receipts. Like they had evidence to back up everything they said. And I'm like, okay, well, there's got to be another side to this, right? Like, this can't, no, this is too fantastic.
Yeah, because you're not going to just jump to the conclusion that there's a conspiracy amongst cops to cover up a murder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, cops and just, like, soccer moms and shit. Like, that's what made it even crazier. Like,
yeah, get it, Betty. Yeah,
did you have a close relationship with your mom?
Get it, Betty.
Oh, of course, I still do.
Yeah.
My older sister was kind of sad. She was more of the prissy girl that like going
that is
and
the best shit fucking
shopping for dresses with mommy. I was the tomboy that liked playing with the kids.
Shout out to Cherry for just being easily the most faithful and loyal supporter that I've ever had. That someone could have that tenacity with loyalty. And I'm really blessed to have someone like Cherry be part of this channel and in my life. So it means a lot. And yes, I named him after Mr. T and Rocky. Say, woman. Say, woman. Say, woman. Said your old man ain't got no heart. Why don't you come down to my apartment tonight and I'll show you a real man. Oh my God, I'm so in love with this little dude. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this one up. I love you guys very, 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 very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends. Oh, say bye. Say bye. Oh, I love you too. Give me a kiss. Oh, I love you. Bye, guys.
Karen left the waterfall, bound for February.
Good morning, everybody. Holy shit, man. Is everybody ready for Chicken Parm Charlie Day? Is everybody ready for Chris Albert Day? Because, man, homie, I mean, he was in the house. He wasn't in the house. He was in the house. He wasn't in the house. Feel like that's going to come out today. It's going to be an interesting day for sure, folks. Listen, before we get started, before I pull up the Karen Reed's biggest fan here, let me go ahead and have that ready. So a member of the crime community unfortunately passed away last night. Now, this was somebody who at one point I got along with, then later on I didn't get along with. All of that is irrelevant. This person is still a member of this community. She went by the name Heels in the Air. She did not agree with the narrative, of course, of Karen Reed being innocent. But regardless of any of that, still a member of the community, and the loss that people who cared for her feel, my heart absolutely goes out to them today. So I am going to implement a moment of silence for her. And I am only going to think about the good memories that I did have with her. So I'm going to do that for a moment, and then we will resume with the rest of today and the Karen Reed trial. All right. Appreciate you all participating in that, and all of your kind words in the chat for her and her loved ones. So today we're going to have what's rumored to be, I mean, it's been blowing up since last night, that Chris Albert will be testifying for the prosecution, which translates to prosecuting for the defense, based on the way that the prosecution seems to have been presenting their case this entire time. Now, there's a lot of history with Chris Albert. Now, Chris Albert is the brother of Brian Albert, who owned 34 Fairview at the time of John O'Keefe's death. And most of us here at this point are pretty convinced that John O'Keefe went in that house and something happened in that house, and he was attacked and left out on the lawn and left for dead. And then Karen Reed was framed for the murder, whereas the Commonwealth are saying that she ran him over with her Lexus SUV in reverse, only damaging the tail light, and him gaining injuries only better above. We'll get into more of that later.
Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. By saying the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, this court is now open. You may be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record? Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the
Good
Commonwealth.
morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson from Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Yannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors.
I have to ask you those same three questions. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, even inadvertently, since we met yesterday? Okay, so I am going to see counsel at sidebar for just a moment. Most people said no. I will see the juror who raised her hand in just a minute.
Okay, so while we wait here, let's talk a little about Chris Albert. So Chris Albert is the brother of Brian Albert, and Chris Albert sits on the Canton Select Board. For those of you who live in Canton, understand exactly what that means. That means that Chris Albert has a lot of power in that town. Brian Albert seems to have a lot of power in this town as well. And right, and it looks like a juror raised their hand here, and I think it's interesting. What does this mean? What does this mean? Is this a coincidence that Chris Albert is going to take the stand and now a juror raises their hand here? Is there going to be a complication with Chris Albert testifying today? That's what I want to know, because we have every reason to believe that could absolutely be the case. So apparently a juror wants out or something to that effect. That's totally what it looks like. Now, I don't have any evidence of this. I'm just speculating, but I find it a little weird that now, the first time, heading towards the end of week 2 of this trial, there have been no issues with the jury, and now the day that Chris Albert is about to take the stand and have to testify, when there's a lot we could talk about with Chris Albert, I haven't even begun, folks. So those of you who are not familiar with this case, and you just started following since the trial started, there's a lot to know about Chris Albert. And everything that I will tell you is absolutely factual. And much of it was due to much of it being public is due to the investigative efforts of Turtle Boy, Aiden Carney. That cannot go overlooked.
Are fine, and set to begin. So,
okay, we're good
Mr.
to go.
Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Mr. Christopher Albert to the stand.
Woo! Here we go, folks.
Popped, right, Charlie? Oh, you popped. You're gonna be fit.
Watch your step up. I've been asking you to remain standing. Space the foot. By raising your right hand.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now in hearing for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Anytime you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
It's Christopher Albert, A-L-B-E-R-T.
And where do you live, sir?
I live at 22 Maple Street, Unit L, Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived there?
Almost 2 years. Sorry, go ahead.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Since 1974.
And so pretty much your whole life?
Pretty much since I was 4.
And prior to living in Maple, where did you live in Canton before that?
7 Meadows Ave in Canton.
And how long did you live at 7 Meadows?
From 2001 to 2021, about 20 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live with now?
I live with my wife, Julie, my oldest son, who just came home from the Navy, my middle son, Colin, and my youngest son, Dylan.
And how long have you and your wife, Julie, been married?
Roughly, gosh, you're going to kill me. 21 years, around 21 years.
You mentioned you and your wife, Julie, you have 3 sons?
Yeah.
And how old are they?
My oldest is 25, my middle is 20, and my youngest is 16.
Now, do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm self-employed. I own a small pizza shop.
What's the name of the pizza?
It's called D&E Pizza.
And how long have you owned it?
Mediocre.
25 years this March.
And prior to that, did you work sort of in the same industry?
Same industry pretty much my whole life.
And does your wife work?
She does not.
Does she help out with the D&E Pizza Shop?
She does some of this behind the scenes stuff, yes.
The money laundering and whatnot.
Lived on Meadows Avenue. Did you have occasion to become familiar with someone named John?
Yes, I did.
And how is it that you knew John?
So he bought the 1 Meadows Ave, the top house, I don't know exactly, maybe like 2017. So he became my neighbor. And I guess just from me driving by his house and coming home, I saw him, would wave to him and stuff. And that's how I initially became to know who John was.
And you mentioned he bought the house at sort of the top of the street. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's if you're coming off Pleasant, you take a right down Meadows. It's the first on the right.
And then on Meadows Ave, about how many houses are on Meadows?
Well, between us or on the whole street, you mean?
First down the whole street and then between.
Yeah, so roughly on that whole street, I would say there's like close to 30 houses from top to bottom on both sides.
And then how about in between 1 and 7?
So there's 2. There's 2 houses between mine and John's.
And your house is both odd numbers. Are they on the same side?
Same side, yeah.
Now, you said that that's how you initially came to know John O'Keefe. How did your relationship sort of go on from there?
So over the years, like he was friendly with some other folks that I was friends with. So we maybe be out occasionally and bump into him, but he would also come to my pizza shop a lot. He would take his nephew, Patrick, in my pizza shop a lot. So it was not uncommon for him to stop by a couple days a week. Usually just grab a slice.
Now, you grew up in Canton, correct?
Yes,
And do you have any siblings?
I do. I have 6.
And what are the names of your 6 siblings?
So my oldest is my older brother, Brian. I have a sister, Kathleen. I have she's older than me. And then I'm next in line. And then I have a brother, Kevin. Then a brother, Keith, Brendan, and Timmy. 7 of us.
Where is it that you sort of fit in that sort of?
I'm the 3rd oldest.
Now, your older brother, Brian, what does he do for work?
He's a Boston police officer, or he was. He's recently retired.
And your brother, Kevin, what does he do?
He's a Canton police officer.
And John O'Keefe, were you familiar with what he did for work?
Yes. Yeah, I knew he was a Boston police officer as well.
No mention of the Canton Select Board yet.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
It was a Friday, I believe.
And were you working at the D&E Pizza Shop on that day?
I was.
And at some point in time in the afternoon, who, if anyone of note, sort of came into D&E?
John came in that day with his nephew, Patrick.
And you recall what did they get that day?
I think they just got 2 slices of pizza, if I recall correctly.
And then you told him to go to
What, if any, conversation did
to
you
go out
have,
that night.
with Mr. O'Keefe as far as plans for later in the year?
So he asked me if I had any plans that night, and I said, unfortunately, it's Friday, and I'm working pretty much till close. And I said, but it's my nephew's birthday, and I know a bunch of people are heading out, and I was planning on meeting up with them later when I got out of work. So I think I said to him, I said to him, I'll shoot you a text later if you're around. Maybe we can hook up.
So in that sense, sort of, how would you describe your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, it was a good relationship. Yeah.
Would you consider yourself friends?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, pushing forward on January 28th, about what time was it, if you know, that you sort of closed up shop at?
So the shop stays open until 10. I know that I left sometime a little bit before 10. I had my wife drop me off some clothes it was like a ritual. She would, because those nights are tough for me to get out early and go home. So she dropped me off some clothes, and I remember just changing quick, washing up a little bit, and then leaving. So I think I left before the store actually closed a few minutes.
Now, during the time or prior to you leaving the pizza shop, what, if any, conversation via text did you have with Mr. O'Keefe?
He asked where I was. I said I was still working. And he said something like, why don't you talk to the boss, see if you can get out of there? And I just said, I'm married to this place. It's tough. I'll text you.
I thought you were the boss.
And then I shot him a text, I think, when I got down to Waterfall, and I said, where are you? And go ahead.
And where did he say that you were?
He was at CF McCarthy's.
Are you familiar with both of those establishments as far as CF McCarthy's and Waterfall?
Yes, I am.
And with regard to your pizza shop, where is CF McCarthy's in relation to that, and where is Waterfall?
So if I was sitting at my front door looking out, CF McCarthy's would be to my right, and Waterfall would be down the street, diagonal, maybe like 200 yards on the opposite side of the street.
So both sort of walking distance from where you work?
Yeah, yeah.
Now, your home on Maple, where is that in relation to those businesses on Washington Street, including your own?
So Maple Street is like, probably from my pizza shop is maybe like a 5-minute walk. You know, it's not far. And a little closer to Waterfall. So maybe it's like a 7-minute walk from D&E and like a 5-minute walk from Waterfall.
And are there any sort of, in the area where you live, is there any sort of like town buildings or anything like that?
Yeah, so I kind of live behind the library. Like you take a left on Maple, and the library is like 2 buildings after me on the left-hand side. And then the town hall is a little further down on the right.
And the library that's around where you live, is that the only public library?
That's the, besides what's inside schools, yeah, that's the only public library.
And so, again, I'm sorry, but what time is it that you leave D&E to go to work?
9:50-ish.
And as far as meeting up with people, who is it that directs you to go to Waterfall specifically?
I think my wife said, are you coming down? Are you there? She was down there. So I had a conversation with her. I think that's how I headed down there.
You went there to meet your wife, correct?
Yeah, she was down there.
And you've been to the Waterfall before?
Yes.
And so when you walk into the Waterfall, where did you go as far as, who, if anyone, did you recognize?
So it's pretty much when you walk in, it's just kind of like open. And my wife was there. Matt was there. Matt McCabe was there. Jen McCabe was there. My sister-in-law, Nicole, was there. My niece, Caitlin, was there. I think when I first walked in, that's who was there.
And you mentioned...
So Caitlin was there.
McCabe, is that right?
Yeah.
And how do you know that?
Well, I grew up with, I didn't grow up with Jen. She's younger than me, but she's lived in Canton for a long time. My brother Brian is married to her sister, Nicole. So I've known her pretty much my whole life.
And you were testifying earlier about some of the people that you and Mr. O'Keefe sort of knew in common. Would Mrs. McCabe be one of those people?
Yes, yeah.
And when you walk in, relative to the establishment, whereabouts were those people situated?
So they were on like a table that was close to the bar. It's like set up. They have like 3 tables in a row, and they were, I think we were maybe either in the middle or the next table to the bar.
So with those 3 sort of tables together, if you know about how long a table are we talking about?
I would say they're about a 6-foot table.
And was this a low top, high top, or something?
It's like a high top.
And located close to the bar, is that correct?
Yes.
What, if anything, do you recall from that evening as far as entertainment within the Waterfall?
There was a live band that was playing to the side.
About how close to your table was the live band?
Oh, within like 6 or 7 feet, probably.
Fair to say, pretty loud in there?
Pretty loud, yeah.
And when you walk in, where do you go in reference to sort of the other people at the table?
I go right over to the table, and I think I walked right over, said hello to them, sat down.
And what, if anything, did you order when you got there?
I ordered a beer.
And did you eat while you were there as well?
I did, yeah. I was starving. I didn't eat all day, so I ordered some food, appetizers.
This guy won't even eat his own pizza.
And throughout the course of the evening, what is it? You're at a bar, so you're drinking, correct?
Sure.
And what were you drinking?
Miller Lite.
Is that sort of normally what you would drink when you go out?
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned that initially when you get there, it's yourself, your brother Brian, his wife, the McCabe's, and your niece Caitlin. Is that correct?
No, my brother Brian wasn't there yet.
Okay.
Yeah, it was Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, my wife, Caitlin, and Nicole.
Thank you for correcting.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry.
So at some point shortly after that, or at some points, who, if anyone else, arrives and sort of joins your table?
So my brother Brian and a gentleman named Brian Higgins, they came and joined us.
Gentlemen.
And is Brian Higgins, is that someone that you had met previously?
Yeah, a few times.
And how did you know him?
I don't know how I initially met him, but probably just seen him around. I knew that he worked as an ATF agent. I knew that he worked inside the Canton Police Department, so I think I knew him from that, just being around.
Fair to say you knew him sort of through your brothers, either Brian or Kevin or both?
Yeah, that's the only way I met him.
And about how long after you arrived was it that they arrived?
I would probably within like 35 minutes, roughly.
And what, if anything, did you know about sort of where they had been prior to it, or what they had been doing earlier?
So they were in New York at a police officer's funeral. They went there for the ceremony, and the snowstorm was coming, so they decided that they were going to drive back early to beat the storm.
You mentioned, as far as going out on that particular evening, what was that in reference to?
So my nephew, Brian, it was his birthday.
And so when you say your nephew, Brian, whose son is that?
So that's my older brother, Brian's son, Brian.
So Brian Jr.?
Brian Jr., yeah, we call him Brian Jr. Yeah.
And was he present at the Waterfall that night?
He wasn't. No, he decided that he didn't want to go out.
And when your older brother Brian and Mr. Higgins come in, where is it that they go sort of in relation to the group?
So they walk in and they come directly over to the table.
Now, at some point later in the evening, who, if anyone else, also joins your group or your table?
So John O'Keefe came with Karen Reed.
And how did you know Karen Reed at that time?
I met her a couple times. She also had been in the pizza shop a couple times, and driving by the street when I would come home, she would be outside One Meadows.
And just to be clear, when we're speaking about Miss Reed, do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated?
She's sitting right over there between the 2 attorneys.
It's the woman me and my brothers are framing.
Okay. Now, prior to Mr. O'Keefe coming into the Waterfall, you had mentioned some text communications with you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, other communications did you have with Mr. O'Keefe before he got there?
I don't think nothing before I got to the Waterfall.
Not before you got to the Waterfall, before Mr. O'Keefe got to the Waterfall.
With Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
Just that where was he, or where were we going? Where was he going to be?
What, if any, communications do you recall in regard to who was there or who was going to be?
With Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think at some point he said, "Who's there?" And I said, "My brother Brian." I said, "Brian." And he said, "Your brother Brian?" I said, "Yeah, Brian and Brian Higgins are there." And he said, "Where's your brother Kevin?" And I said, I have no clue. LOL or something.
And
What? That's kind of weird.
And Ms. Reed come into the bar. Where is it that they go on time?
They walked directly in, came towards our table, just a striked up conversation. I think John came over to my wife and said hello to her first, maybe, and then just kind of like got with the group, started talking.
Now, fair to say Mr. O'Keefe knew your wife, Julie, as well?
Yes.
And how would you describe their relationship as far as
Good relationship.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant come over to the area where you and your wife is, what, if anything, did you observe the defendant to do?
Well, when they came over, I think they started talking. At one point, when they first came over, the defendant came in with a glass underneath her jacket. And I thought that was kind of funny, and I laughed about it and made a comment about it.
And,
Shitbag.
What, if anything, did you
Shitbag
notice
fucking liar.
what was in the glass?
He's the only
It was
one that
just a
says
tall,
it.
like cylinder glass with some clear liquid in it and a lime.
And that was under a coat when she came in?
Yeah, it was like she pulled it out.
You're lying. And you're a piece of shit.
Now, if you know about what time was it that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came in?
So I got there close to 10, I would say 10:45-ish, to the best of my recollection.
And following sort of the blows and all that kind of stuff, as far as after they first came in, where did they go from there?
I think the defendant sat down, and I think well, John went to the bar and got a beer.
And you know, is that sort of what John would typically drink?
Yeah, Bud Light, I think.
And you mentioned that the defendant sat down. Where does she sit down in relation to you and your wife?
I think right next to, next to my wife.
Now, with regard to just how would you describe sort of the general sort of tone or demeanor within the group at the Waterfall that night?
It was fine. Everyone's just having a good time.
So no arguments, anything like
No,
that?
not at all.
And specifically between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, what, if anything, did you observe between them?
I didn't notice anything abnormal.
Now, if you recall, what was Mr. O'Keefe wearing on that evening?
Blue jeans, baseball hat, and kind of like a pullover light sweatshirt type of grayish garment. I don't know what you would call it. It wasn't like a hoodie, and it's like a long sleeve shirt.
Is that what he was wearing when he walked in?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you see him with like a jacket or anything like that?
No.
Now, as far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you observe about that clothing as far as any tears or any dishevelment of it at all?
No, I didn't notice anything. It looked fine to me.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe, his person himself, what, if anything, did you observe as far as any injuries or anything like that?
Didn't see anything. Looked normal.
Now, after Mr. O'Keefe went to the bar and got a beer, do you know where he went from there?
Just came back over to the table, started chatting people up.
And when you say the table, was that sort of your area or was there a different area than?
No, the same table, the same high top. Some people are sitting, some people standing.
And as far as sort of this length that you described, about 6 feet or so of that table, if you recall, sort of where were people situated around the table?
I mean, I was sitting at one point because I was eating, so I was sitting in one seat. My wife was sitting in another seat. Matt and Jen was sitting in another seat. I recall John standing a lot. I don't think he sat at all. I think Karen was sitting at one point, probably like situated near, maybe across from my wife or next to my wife.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, do you recall anything specific that you discussed or talked about while you were there that night?
No, nothing in particular.
And throughout sort of the course of the time that you were there, what, if any, discussion was there as to going someplace or wanting to go someplace after the waterfall?
So we have this like little ritual that when one of my nieces or nephews turn 21, we go back to the pizza shop, like, you know, after hours and turn on the oven and make pizzas and stuff. And there was talk about going back there. Miss Reed asked if we could go back and make pizzas up at my pizza shop a couple times. And then there was some talk about maybe after someone mentioned going back to my brother's house after.
And just to be clear, your brother's house, which brother?
My brother Brian.
And where did your brother Brian live at?
34 Fairview.
You familiar with that address?
Yeah, I used to live there. I grew up there.
So prior to it being your brother Brian's house, was that your parents' house?
My parents' house, yeah.
So that's where you and your siblings essentially grew up from the time that you moved to Canton?
Yes.
Now, as far as going over to your pizza shop to make pizzas, things like that, is that something that the defendant talked about once or more than once?
A few times.
And you referenced sort of this ritual when one of your nieces or nephews turned 21, and it was your nephew Brian Jr.'s birthday the following day, is that correct?
Yeah,
Was he turning 21 at that point?
I think so. I can't remember exactly if he was 20 or 21. I think he was turning 21 though.
So in relation to this evening of January 28th, that sort of ritual that you were talking about, when was the last time before January 28th that you had done that, if you know?
Trying to see who else turned 21. Can't remember exactly. I know it was recent. I remember doing it. I just can't remember the date.
And that's all I'm really asking. So
Yeah.
Was it recent to January 28th?
Yeah, it was sometime before that, but within like a couple of months, I think someone turned 21. Maybe we just went there.
And so what, if any, conversation from your end, as far as, obviously it's your pizza shop. So
Yeah.
what, if any, conversation from your end was there in reference to doing that?
To doing that night. So we were doing a weight loss competition, me, Matt McCabe, and my brother Brian. And we had like 2 more weeks left in it. And we do it, every year, it's like a charity, we do it. And the proceeds go to like scholarship funds. So I said no, because we were doing this weight loss challenge and I just didn't want to give in and, you know, eat pizza 2 weeks before we were weighing in.
Because I make the pizza and it's disgusting.
How long was she at the bar for?
Not long when I got there. She probably was only there for maybe 35, 40 minutes. She had a migraine. She wanted to go home, so she left.
So she indicated she had a migraine and she was going home?
Yeah, she didn't feel well.
And was that before or after Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrived?
She left after they arrived. So then she must have left later than that. Yeah.
Now, later on in the evening, what, if anything, did you buy for the group?
So at one point towards the end of the night, I bought a round of fireball shots for the group.
And
Jesus, man.
Who partook in that, if you know?
I don't remember exactly. Probably half of the people there took them. I don't remember everyone. I wasn't paying attention.
And when you say sort of towards the end of the night, when was it that things sort of wrapped up?
I think they called last call up right before 12. I pretty much right before 12, it all started wrapping up.
And as far as the group that you were with at the high top table, who, if anyone, from that group left first?
So my wife left first, obviously. She didn't feel well. She left earlier. Then Brian and Brian left. My sister-in-law left. Matt and Jen left. I left probably second to last. I probably left last with John and Karen, or right around the time that John and Karen left.
And do you recall, as far as you're leaving around the same time, do you recall walking out together or seeing them outside, or where is it that you recall sort of you leaving at the same time?
My best recollection is I walked out roughly the same time, and I walked out the building, and I come up Washington to the right, and they were either shortly after or shortly before me, and they walk up to the left.
And when you say walk up Washington, did you walk home that night?
Yeah, I walked home.
And when you came out of the bar, what, if anything, did you notice sort of about the weather or what was going on with that?
It just started snowing. It was cold out, and it just started snowing. The ground had like a light coat.
Could you still sort of see the street? Or
Oh, yeah, yeah, you could still see it.
And you mentioned you walked out towards Washington, and Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed did as well?
Yes.
And which direction? Did you go in the same direction, different direction?
So when you come out the building, you have to go to the left in order to get onto Washington. So I come out to the left and then go to the right onto Washington, and they would go to the left onto Washington.
Maybe sort of walking
Opposite directions.
On Washington.
Yes.
Now, as far as throughout sort of the course of the evening, did you have occasion to see sort of what Mr. O'Keefe mentioned that he went to the bar and he got a beer? Was that the only beer that you saw him having, or did he have more than one?
I'm sure he had more than one.
Did you
Yeah,
kill
some
somebody
more than
drunk
one.
walking too?
So you saw him, but essentially what I'm asking is throughout the course of the evening when you saw him drinking, other than maybe the fireball shot, you saw him just drinking beer?
Just beer. Yeah.
And as far as Miss Reed was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe her drinking throughout the course of the evening?
Just a clear liquid in a glass. I assume it was some sort of vodka drink.
Was that the same glass that she had come into the establishment with under her coat, or was it a different glass later on?
I believe it was the same one.
You
What?
leave from the Waterfall and you're walking home, is that right?
Correct.
Fair to say you didn't go to 34 Fairview that night?
I did not.
And about what time was it that you got home?
Sometime between, I'd say 5 past and 10 past 12, somewhere in that window.
And was your wife home at that point?
She was.
And as far as your children were concerned, how many of your 3 sons were living with you at that time?
At that time, 2. My 16-year-old, well, he wasn't 16 years old at the time, but my 16-year-old and my 20-year-old.
And so 16 and 20 now is that?
16 and 20 now, so that'd be like 14 and 18 then, I guess.
And so your oldest son?
Right.
He was in the Navy,
Like
San
what?
Diego in the Navy.
And if you know, or did you check or anything as far as your kids when you got home, were they there, if you know?
No, I ran right upstairs. I was freezing. I went right into my room.
Essentially, you went to bed, is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish for the jury just a small portion from what's been marked as Exhibit 53, the Waterfall surveillance.
Guy's a fucking liar, dude.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have from Channel...
Right. He doesn't even know if Colin was home.
If you could just pause there for a moment, Ms. Gilman. Mr. Albert.
Oh my God, I can't wait till cross.
Yeah, so those are the tables that I was speaking of that are like, there's like 2 or 3 in a row. Yep.
Been waiting for this for months.
I don't have any.
My apologies. Thank you very much. So sir, what I'm handing to you is a laser pointer. Basically, just click that button and point it up. Okay.
Can only imagine how you are feeling right now, Microdots.
That I've just handed to you, if you could direct the jury's attention to about where the high top is, and then about where you were seated at that high top.
So here's the high top, and I can't really see myself, to be honest with you, this far away. But somewhere, I think I ate on this side here.
And as far as the bar is concerned, where would that be?
Back here. Wait. Oh, so this is from walking into the waterfall. Okay, so the bar is after. So that's the high top next to the bar. The bar's back there.
And as far as the band that you were talking about that was playing, if you could direct the jury's attention to where that was.
On this side over here. It's kind of fuzzy, but that side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward to 10:54.
Yeah, I can only imagine how Turtle Boy's feeling right now. Finally listening to this asshole sitting on the stand.
I would ask you to play that from 10:54 to about 10:56. I'm sorry, if you could just pause briefly, Ms. Gilman. Now, Mr. Alba, looking up at the screen, as far as the door that you came out and the door that you eventually exited from the waterfall, do you see sort of that general area and where that is in the video?
No, because I think it's offline here. I think it would be over here.
So it would be off sort of towards the left, is that correct?
Yeah, like down this way.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. As far as two individuals sort of walking in, do you recognize who those individuals are?
I do. That's John O'Keefe and Miss Reed.
And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just run it through 10:56.
Awful chummy. What's up, resistant to silence? I disagree. I think that we'll get to cross today. They started with direct right away, and Lolly's line of questioning never leads anywhere. And it just ends pretty after a bunch of useless questions. It ends quickly enough for cross usually. At least some of it.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down.
Yeah, I mean, Lolly works for this guy.
As far as your son, Colin, you know sort of where he was that night?
Yes. So he was at my brother Brian's house for my nephew's birthday.
And he came home sometime after you, is that correct?
Correct.
And essentially you came in, went to bed, so do you know what time your son came home that night?
I know that.
Do you know, just answer yes or no whether you know.
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Because he opened the bedroom door and said, "Good night, guys. I love you. I'm home."
And about how long after you got home was it that your son came home?
I'd say within 10 minutes.
And as far as sort of coming into your room, is that something that was required of your kids when they came home?
He would always do that. Yeah, that was something just to let us know that they were home.
Now, turning your attention to the next day on the 29th, about, obviously at some point you woke up, do you recall about what time that was?
Love you, Dad.
8-ish, 8:30-ish.
Bang, bang, Dad. Love you.
8:30?
Yeah. I was still in bed. I woke up, but I didn't leave my room.
And what was it that, or who was it that woke you up that morning?
At that time, I just woke up on my own.
And when you woke up, what happened after you woke up?
Shortly after I woke up, my wife entered the room, but that was a little bit later. I don't know exactly what time. And she informed me that something had happened to John.
And what was it that you told?
I don't know the exact words that she said, but basically that John had died.
And what, if anything, did she indicate to you as to where John had died?
That he was found somewhere on the front lawn of 34 Fairview.
Brother's house. Say my brother's house. Why not?
Following receiving that information, where did you go, or where did you and your wife?
I was in shock. I was like, "What are you talking about? Like, what do you mean?" And then I jumped up, and she's like, we have to go over. Let's go over to your brother's house."
No.
About what time was it, if you know, that you got over to your brother's house?
Sometime approximately like after 9 o'clock. I don't remember exactly what time we went over there, maybe 9 or 9:30.
And when you arrived at your brother's house, who, if anyone, was there?
To the best of my from what I remember, I was there. My wife was there. My brother Brian, Nicole, Brian Higgins was there. I believe Matt McCabe was there, and Jen McCabe was there.
When you came into the home, sort of where were they in relation?
Just sitting at the kitchen table.
And if you know, about how long did you stay at your brother's house when you came over?
Maybe an hour.
And where did you go from there?
Afterwards, just home.
Now, as far as subsequent to this, at some point within the days that followed, did you have occasion to speak with some troopers or members of the state police?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how many troopers from the state police did you talk to when you spoke?
2.
And where was that?
At my condo.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
What I say? What I say? Here we go. Here we go.
Right, Charlie? Oh, you're gonna be famous. Here it is. Here it is. Stop. This is Ken.
Correct?
I don't believe so.
You've testified that you essentially lived in Canton your whole life, correct?
Correct.
Moved there when you were 4 years old?
Correct.
And the house to which you and your family moved was 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
You lived there for how long?
33 years.
And you currently own D&E Pizza in Canton?
Correct.
I believe you testified that you've owned it for approximately 25 years?
Correct.
Clearly, you have a lot of ties to the city of Canton. Would you agree?
Sure.
You're on the select board.
Yes.
You work there?
Yes.
You have family there?
Yep.
You raised your kids there?
Yep.
And you also are a town selectman in the city of Canton. Or
Recently elected.
The town of Canton, I should say.
It's a town, correct.
Recently elected.
And not only that, but your brother, Kevin Albert, is a police officer in Canton?
He is.
Your brother, Brian Albert, with whom you grew up, is currently retired, but had been a Boston police officer who lived in Canton, correct?
Correct.
You would agree with me that Brian Albert only moved from Canton after John O'Keefe was found dead on his front lawn, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
I'll phrase it the exact same way. And
Rephrase
yes
it?
or no, if you can do that. You would agree with me that your brother Brian Albert only moved from Canton after John O'Keefe was found dead on his front lawn.
Objection.
Can you answer that? Can you answer that?
Yeah, I just don't understand the phrase, but he moved shortly after that, yes.
You're not the boss here, dude.
Your brother Tim Albert lives with your parents in Canton, correct?
Correct.
And Tim Albert and your parents live directly across the street from the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whom they bought that house from?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
But you still live in Canton
Correct.
with your wife, Julie Albert,
Correct.
and your son, Colin Albert, correct?
Along with my other two sons, yes.
And you would agree that your entire family has deep roots in the town of Canton.
I guess.
You would agree with me that the Albert family is well known in the town of Canton.
We have a big family.
And you would agree with me that the Albert family is a powerful family in the town of Canton.
Objection.
Sustained.
As a town selectman, you have some power, do you not?
I'm one of 5 selectmen.
And as a police detective, Kevin Albert has some power, does he not?
Objection.
Sustained.
How?
And you
Dude.
also have close friends on the Canton Police Department, do you not?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I have some.
Now, you know that Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael Proctor is the lead investigator on this case, correct?
I know that.
One of your wife's best friends is Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney Proctor, correct?
Objection.
Okay, that's sustained. You've got another witness. You can ask that of Mr. Yannetti.
Why can't you ask him of that?
You know Courtney Proctor, correct?
Objection.
Allowed.
Yes.
There you go.
And you know her to be Michael Proctor's sister, correct?
That's correct.
You attended Michael Proctor's sister's wedding, correct?
Objection. Now, may we approach?
Sure. Why don't you come on over?
Yeah, you don't like that shit, do you, Lolly? And Bev doesn't like it either. Yeah, breathe, motherfucker, breathe. Dude, people, I'm telling you, for those of you who just started watching this trial, the shit you don't know about the Alberts could fill a book. And I tend to believe that Turtle Boy's probably got one in the works. I would not doubt that for a second. And as he should. There's a lot. And Chris Albert sits on the Canton Select Board, which is basically, I mean, he's one of there's like an entity of a mayor, more or less. I mean, they have a mayor, but they have this kind of power. No decision. I mean, we're talking about the budget, everything. No decision in regards to the town of Canton is made without the Canton Select Board. And that he is one of 5 people on that select board. And I am absolutely of the opinion that this was facilitated by Brian Albert. I believe that Brian Albert is the most powerful man in Canton. And I believe that Chris Albert is absolutely the mouth for the Albert family, the one who actually makes the decisions. He's in there. He gets to make the decisions. He gets to influence things. I think that he is absolutely overseeing this sham of a prosecution conducted by Michael Morrissey. I believe Michael Morrissey and Adam Lally answer to the man sitting on the stand right now. And he answers to his brother, Brian. That is absolutely 100% my opinion. Now, what's also to be noted is the judge sitting and residing over this trial has a brother, and her brother represented the man sitting on the stand in a murder trial because Chris Albert killed somebody with his car, ran from the scene, and then turned himself in the next day, as I understand it. And her brother, Judge Beverly Cannoni's brother, represented Chris Albert, who is sitting on the stand now, in that case. And there was a motion to be filed. There was a motion filed to have her recuse herself from the case, and she refused, of course, by the defense. And she refused. There's a lot going on here, people. And it is not, you have to tell this stuff to tell this story properly. Okay? And Turtle Boy had a major, major hand, if not it being solely responsible for uncovering this information. This is very, very important to note. Cannot be overlooked. So there is some shit going on here. Dirty, dirty shit going on here. Yeah. Wait, dude, I'm telling you, sub to microdots. Sub to microdots. Make sure you do that because, oh, I can't wait to see what Microdots has in store after all of this is over. Oh, I can't wait. There's a reason why we're all sitting here, folks. There's a reason why we are all so invested in this case, because there is dirty, dirty, dirty shit happening here. Karen Reed needs no less than these rock star defense attorneys on her side, considering what she's up against. She is up against, make no mistake, an absolutely corrupt system, an absolutely compromised system, to say the least, a compromised system due to many, many conflicts of interest. So just to say that, just to be fair, I believe it to be corrupt because I've got fucking eyes. Okay? I personally believe it to be corrupt, but make no mistake, it is factual that it is a compromise system due to an infinite amount of conflict of interest. A lot of tentacles. Exactly, Peggy. A lot of tentacles. Yeah, this is the craziest shit I've ever seen. I never thought that I would see something like this in my lifetime. Not in real time like this. This is fucking crazy. The fact that this guy is sitting on the stand right now being cross-examined is monumental. This is going to go down in the legal history books. This case, absolutely. Because, and more so, guaranteed, if something comes from Josh Levy, excuse me, Adam Levy. Josh, I got confused with Wally. Excuse me, Josh Levy, my mistake. Josh Levy's investigation into the Norfolk County DA's office. So right now, Lolly is trying to put a stop to this. Right now, Lolly has a brick in his pants. Right now, Judge Bev probably does too. Now, this is what's going on here. And Yanetti's like, hey, we already established what I could talk about and what I couldn't talk about. And you said that if this stuff comes naturally up in questioning, which it is, then I could bring this stuff up. Okay, we're back, folks. Let's see where this is going.
I believe you testified, sir, that you've known Michael Proctor's sister for about 20 years.
Objection.
I don't think he said that, but we'll let that stand and then move on, please.
About 20 years. You testified.
Or if that's,
I believe, didn't you testify to that on direct examination just moments ago when Mr. Lally was asking you questions?
Woo! Objection, Your Honor.
Next question, Mr. Netti.
Objection.
How long have you known Michael Crocker for?
I mean, I know he's Courtney's sister, brother. I couldn't tell you exactly how long I've known him for.
About 15 years or so?
Roughly.
Who is Kenneth Berkowitz?
The former Canton police chief.
And how do you know him?
His son and my son are the same age. So they played on some sports teams when they were younger together. I think that's when I first came to know Ken.
You became friendly with him.
I became friendly with him, sure.
And how would you characterize your relationship with him?
Friends?
You've seen him socially.
Really?
You've been out for drinks with him.
I think maybe once.
And you've known him for how long?
20 plus years.
And you say you've only been out with him for drinks one time in those 20 years?
I can't even remember if it was with drinks one time. Yeah, no.
What other types of activities have you done together?
I can't think of any. I think he came to an event that I held one time. That's about it.
Have you been out with him in a group setting?
That event that I just mentioned, yeah.
And what event was that?
It was my campaign event when I was running for select board.
He was one of your supporters.
He came by.
Did he donate money to your campaign?
I think he did.
May we approach, Judge?
Yikes. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I got a text that I had to respond to, and I actually missed who they're talking about. So who is he saying contributed money and supported his campaign? Berkowitz. Okay, so the chief of police. Okay. I mean, dude, are you guys seeing what I'm talking about here?
To display a photograph with the court's permission on the screen, and I'd ask you to take a look at it, and if you can let.
Thank you, Diane. Welcome.
Yes, we do have a hard copy.
So why don't you show it to the witness and
Happy
put
to
it in
do that.
evidence?
Thank you, Ron.
Okay. And we'll take that into evidence and then.
That makes sense. May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Okay, sir, I've handed you a photograph. Do you recognize what that depicts?
Yes.
What does it depict?
Me and Kenny Berkowitz.
And,
Kenny.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of you and Kenny Berkowitz?
You mean is the picture us?
Kenny.
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Okay.
Hey, watch the attitude there, Tinkerbell. Calm down.
Wait.
Yeah, that's me and old Kenny. Me and Kenny. Kenny Berkowitz.
May that be published to the jury on the screen, Your Honor?
Sure.
Good old Kenny.
So, Mr. Albert, that's obviously you on the right and Kenny Berkowitz on the left.
Correct.
Yeah, Denny's not looking to let that go.
I believe I've seen it.
Do you recall when?
I believe that's my fundraiser for when I was running for the select board, the event that I spoke of earlier.
Okay. And when would it have been that you saw that photograph?
I'm not sure. I don't know if it was on my Facebook page when I was running for select board. It looks familiar.
Has Mr. Lally shown you that photograph?
No.
Has he informed you that the defense would be introducing that photograph during this trial?
Nope.
You can take the photo down, Mr. Bates.
Wow.
The lights can go off.
They got discovery.
You
Right?
would agree with me that one of your functions as a selectman is to oversee public safety in the town?
Yes.
And you would agree that the police department is a key component of public safety in the town of Canton?
Yes.
So part of your duties as a town selectman is to oversee the Canton Police Department, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll let him have it. Is that one of your duties, sir?
I believe so. I'm new at that. I'm recently elected, so I'm just going through it.
Get
But
the
yeah,
fuck
I
out of
believe
my
so.
face with that bullshit.
Um,
I think so.
And you became a town selectman shortly after Kenny Berkowitz retired, correct?
I'm not sure when Kenny retired.
But you would agree with me that Kenny Berkowitz has both personal and professional relationships with you and members of your family, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
Bruh.
You would agree with me that the former Canton Police Chief, Kenny Berkowitz, has both personal and professional relationships with you and members of your family.
Objection, Your Honor. It's the same question.
Go ahead and answer that question.
I'm not sure. I agree with that question.
Well,
Wow.
Kevin Albert worked under Chief Berkowitz, correct?
Correct.
Would you consider that to be a professional relationship?
With them too, yes.
And your brother Brian Albert attended Chief Berkowitz's retirement party, did he not?
I have no idea.
But your brother Brian is also a friend of Kenny Berkowitz, is he not?
He may be. Not sure.
Dude.
And as far as your, ties to the Canton Police, you would agree with me that Lieutenant Michael Blank is a member of the Canton Police Department, correct?
He is.
And you've been friends with him for years, correct?
I've known him for a long time.
You've been childhood friends with him since the age of 12, correct?
Somewhere around there. Maybe earlier.
And you're tight with him.
I don't know if I'd call it tight.
Wow.
He's not an enemy of yours, is he?
Oh, God, no.
No, he's a friend of yours, correct?
Sure.
Does sure mean yes?
Yes.
Now, your older brother, Brian, you've already testified, was a Boston police officer for years, correct?
Correct.
And he achieved some notoriety on a television show, did he not?
Objection.
He was in the fugitive unit?
Correct.
And you know that your brother Brian was also a trained boxer, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Brian is a lot bigger guy than you are, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your brother Brian Albert is someone who is close to his family, correct?
Yes.
And when I say his family, I'm talking about not just his, wife and children, but also his extended family, correct?
Yes.
You were part of his family, obviously, correct?
Yes.
Obviously.
And your son Colin is part of his family, correct?
Yes.
The Albert family is close, correct?
Yes.
You all essentially grew up in Canton, correct?
Correct.
And you hung out with each other growing up, correct?
We were siblings, so
Of course.
yes.
And you still hang out with each other quite often, correct?
Like all of us,
In various combinations.
we have different relationships with my siblings.
Sure. But you see some more than others, but you hang out with your family, do you not?
Yeah, mostly during holidays,
And you go out for drinks together, correct?
occasionally,
And you're protective of each other, correct?
like most families.
And if someone had a dispute with a member of the Albert family, Brian wouldn't be happy about that, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You know that Brian would stick up for your kids, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your son Colin is particularly close to your brother Brian, is he not?
Objection.
I'll let him have that. Do you know?
Yes.
In fact, your son Colin was a football player through high school, was he not?
Yes.
What was his number?
In high school?
Yes.
Dude, you don't know you're
34, I believe.
And was that for 34 Fairview?
I don't think so.
Now,
Wow,
you testified
dude.
you moved to Maple Street in Canton not long before January 28th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And before that, you lived at 7 Meadows Ave in Canton?
Correct.
And that was when John O'Keefe was your neighbor, correct?
Correct.
I believe you testified he was a couple of houses away from you.
Yes.
And he was your neighbor for a series of years, was he not?
Yes.
While he was living in the neighborhood, you knew that he was working as a Boston police officer, correct?
Correct.
And you were familiar with him, correct?
What do you mean? What do you mean familiar?
You knew who he was, you became familiar with him.
Yeah, he was my neighbor. I knew who he was.
And you knew that he was not married, correct?
Yes.
And at a certain point, you knew that he was dating Karen Reed.
Yeah, at some point.
All right. Now, you would agree with me that your family has a police background, sir, correct?
I wouldn't agree with that statement.
Two of your brothers are or were police officers, correct?
Out of 7 of us, yes.
And you knew friends of your brothers who were also police officers or in law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
And you had already testified that you know some members of the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
And you socialized with police officers, did you not?
Have I? Sure.
You've been to bars with police officers, correct?
Correct.
And you've drank with police officers, right?
We just watched video of you doing it.
And you were friendly with police officers, correct?
Yes.
And with regard to, I'd like to ask you some questions about people specifically connected to this case. We've established that Lieutenant Lank has been a friend of yours for years, correct?
Yes.
We've established that you know former police chief Kenneth Berkowitz
Kenny.
in such a way that you feel comfortable calling him before this jury Kenny Berkowitz, correct?
Yeah, daddy. Love
I
him.
know Kenny. Yep.
And he's actually donated to your campaign when you were running for town selectman, correct?
Correct.
And you also knew Michael Proctor prior to January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You've attended social events together with him, have you not?
Objection.
I'll let that one question.
Come on,
Couple.
man.
So at some point, Michael Proctor came to question you, did he not?
Along with another trooper, correct.
And at the point in time when Michael Proctor came to question you, you knew who he was, correct?
Yes.
You knew him by face, correct?
Correct.
And you knew him by name, correct?
Correct.
There was no need for Michael Proctor to formally introduce himself to you, was there?
Objection.
What did he say when he first walked in the door in terms of introductions?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we be seen as sidebar?
Sure.
Like, he's just trying to throw these, like, weird blocks, objection, objection, objection. And I mean, this is the most Lolly's objected this entire trial. And he's objected a lot. And this is the most that Adam Lolly has objected this entire trial. And I wonder why. Because I mean, people, we could sit here all day and talk about who this guy is has nothing to do with this case. But there's no way to come to the conclusion that it has everything to do with this case if you talk about it long enough. That is a fact. That is a an indisputable fact, people. The fact that that guy is Chris Albert and he's sitting on this stand has everything to do with this case, how it was investigated, and what fucking happened the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022 at 34 Fairview Road. There's no disputing this. So you can, I mean, now Lolly's doing the best he can. I mean, he's awake for the first time this entire trial, which I don't find to be a coincidence. But he's awake for the first time this entire trial. And here he is going, objection, 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 but he's doing everything he can to block the jury from seeing. I mean, he's trying to push waves in the ocean back into the ocean. You know what I mean? It's just not going to work.
Without getting into the precise wording, you'd agree with me that there was no need for Michael Proctor to formally introduce himself to you for that meeting, correct?
Yes.
He didn't need to say, "How do you do? I am Michael Proctor," correct?
Thank you, Casey.
No.
No. Do you consider the Proctors to be the Albert's second family?
Objection.
Consider that?
No.
You are aware that there are members of the Proctors family who have posted publicly that the
Objection,
Alberts
Your
are
Honor.
their second family, correct?
So the objection is sustained and I'm striking that question.
Why? Look at how smug he
Now,
is.
at the time
He knows
that
he's in control of
Cooper
this.
Michael Proctor showed up to question you, sir. You knew that Karen Reed had been charged in this case, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that John O'Keefe had been found dead on your brother's lawn, correct?
Correct.
Did it occur to you that it was odd that the state police sent somebody from the Proctor family to interview you
Objection, Your Honor.
on February 10th of 2022?
Sustained.
All right. Now, you've testified that on January 28th of 2022, that day, that Friday that you were working, John O'Keefe stopped into D&E Pizza, your shop, correct?
Correct.
And there was discussion about whether you would be going out that night, and if so, where you would be, correct?
Correct.
I think
Now-
you fucking lured him.
You've previously, on direct examination, characterized your relationship with him as being friends, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say, however, that prior to January 28th of 2022, you had never exchanged personal information with John O'Keefe, correct?
You mean, I'm sorry, you mean like phone numbers or, but
The cell number prior to that day.
no, I didn't.
And at that point in time, he had lived in your neighborhood for 4 to 5 years, correct?
Correct.
So I believe you've testified that that night after working, you went out around 10 minutes of 10 p.m.
Roughly.
Before going out, did you have anything alcoholic to drink?
Think I may have had a beer at my pizza shop. I don't remember exactly.
So you have a refrigerator there that you can keep drinks cold, correct?
Among other things.
And you do have beers in that fridge?
Sometimes.
Oh, does
Sometimes.
anybody see where Yanetti's going with
Do you
this?
know how many beers that you would have had before going out?
No.
And would you have drank that beer as you were cleaning up at the end of the night?
Probably.
Did you have anything to eat at the pizza shop?
No.
When did you last eat before you went out at 9:50 or so?
When did I last eat?
Yes.
It's a long time ago. I'm not sure.
And you knew that your wife, Julie, was starting the night at CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And you couldn't meet her there because you were still working, right?
Correct.
But at some point you heard that Julie and others were headed to the Waterfall, correct?
Yes.
And that was where you planned to go after you closed up D&E Pizza.
Correct.
With regard to the time that you left, 9:50 or so is your best estimate of when you're closing the doors and walking over to the Waterfall?
Yes.
And the Waterfall is a short walk to D&E Pizza,
Yes.
maybe about 3 minutes?
About that.
And your plan was to walk there that night, correct?
Correct.
You had not taken a car to D&E Pizza anyway, right?
I don't believe so.
So what time did you get to the Waterfall?
Shortly before 10. I don't know exactly.
All right. And yeah, I believe you've testified that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were not there when you arrived, right?
Correct.
And the food that you ordered, do you remember what appetizers you would have gotten?
Probably like potato skins and some sort of chicken tenders. I would guess. It's 2 years ago, so I don't remember exactly.
And did you order a drink along with the appetizers?
I believe so.
All right, and that would have been the Miller Lite that you talked about?
Correct.
Then not long after you got there, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins showed up, correct?
Correct.
And you had met Brian Higgins prior to that night.
Yes.
In fact, you had testified that you had seen him around quite a bit, correct?
A few times.
And you knew him, I believe your testimony was, from him working inside the Canton Police Station, correct?
I knew that he worked there.
Did you testify on direct examination, quote, I knew him from working inside Canton PD?
Yes.
And you've been inside Canton Police, correct?
Maybe twice in my life.
You knew that Brian Albert, your brother, and Brian Higgins were friends, correct?
I knew they knew each other.
So are you saying that they were acquaintances?
No, I guess they're friends.
You guess they're friends?
Yeah, they're friends.
Was there something confusing about my question the first time I asked?
Objection, Your Honor.
He's trying to piss him off. Yanetti's trying to piss him off.
Would you agree that shortly before Brian Albert and Brian Higgins arrived at the Waterfall, or shortly after they did, there was a couple whom, I believe you call them a Greek couple because their last name is difficult to pronounce for everybody. But do you remember them being there?
Yes.
All right. If I mention the name Kolakithis, does that ring a bell? Or do you...
That's them, yeah.
That's them. Okay. And the whole group was either standing or sitting around a high top table?
Correct.
And at 9:45 p.m., you texted John O'Keefe while you were at the Waterfall, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that the language of your text was, quote, get over here or I'll fuck up your lawn, end quote?
Wow. What? Holy shit, dude. So for those of you who don't know, the whole thing, one of the possibilities for motive here was that Colin Albert kept fucking throwing beer cans. His son kept throwing beer cans at John O'Keefe's lawn, and this would piss John O'Keefe off. And so,
I don't think I asked to approach.
oh, you motherfucker, you lured him to that bar when he showed up to the D&E in the morning.
Recognize it.
Yeah, I recognize it.
What is it?
It's a text message, 2 text messages.
Okay. And who are the participants in that text message exchange?
Me and John.
And what is it that you said and at what time?
So the first one,
Okay.
One over.
Dude. Oh, you dirty, dirty motherfucker, you. Like, most of you guys already get what's going on here. Most of you guys already get what's going on here. But the third-party culprit defense that they're presenting, they haven't named one person specifically. I mean, they're basically saying a conspiracy here. And my theory, ever since we learned about Higgins texts, ever since we learned about this shit with Karen and Higgins, I played with the idea that, okay, well, they all just were like, fuck this guy. You see them all getting hyped up at the bar. They're fucking playing grab ass with each other, getting all hyped up. John's not part of it. Nicholas isn't part of it. And this guy is texting him, get over here or I'll fuck up your lawn, after it's known that he has problems with his son, Colin Albert, being disrespectful as a neighbor to John's lawn. And this was an issue that John had with him. And we also know that John showed up to D&E Pizza that he may or may not fucking own, because he has a boss, apparently. So, all right, we're back. Yeah, I think he totally lured him.
As I did yesterday. So before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not true that the person who either authored or sent or created or transmitted the communication was in fact John O'Keefe and this witness, Chris Albert. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that John O'Keefe sent one, or that this witness was the person who sent the message or transmitted it, then you may not consider it in deciding this case. So you have clarification a bit, Mr. Yannetti, at this point?
I do, yes. And just for the record and for the juror's edification, this is part of Exhibit 48, which is already in evidence. But I would ask that this particular exchange be posted on the screen with the court's permission.
Sure.
So Brian Albert, the first time being seen since all of this, Brian Albert walked into that courthouse. So he's in that courtroom right now, him and Nicole Albert.
So you'd agree that when you say it was 2 text messages, they're both with regard to the same subject, correct?
What do you mean? I don't follow you.
It says get over here, right? And then the second is a continuation of that. If not, I'm going to fuck up your lawn, correct?
Wow,
So
dude.
you mean that's to tell him to come over to the waterfall?
Playing dumb.
Okay, I just didn't understand what you meant.
That's fine.
Can
So
you
you're
fucking
telling
read or
John to
not?
Keep this, correct?
Yeah, I'm telling him to come over and meet us.
All right. And that little emoji, that face emoji after, if not, I'm going to fuck up your lawn. That's
Yeah, it's a laughing face.
right. So you're
It's a joke.
saying you're cracking up.
Yeah, it's a joke.
I'm down,
Okay.
Tinkerbell.
Sorry.
Don't get
Sorry.
annoyed. Don't get worked
Apologize.
up, buddy.
Okay, we can take that down.
Mr. Defensive over here.
At about 10:45 p.m. or so, I believe you testified that was when John O'Keefe walked into the bar with his girlfriend, Karen Reed.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Would you agree with me that between the time you arrived and the time you eventually left, that you did go up to the bar within that establishment a few times
I'm sure he did.
and bought a few rounds of drinks,
I'm sure.
including that one round of fireball shots?
Correct.
What was the state of your sobriety when John and Karen arrived?
Probably fine. Fine.
All right. You didn't feel like intoxicated
No.
or unable to, perceive what's going on. You were still in control of your faculties.
Yes.
And is it true that after John and Karen arrived, that your wife, Julie, didn't want to stay any longer or too much longer?
She didn't want to. She had a headache, so she wanted to go home.
Right. And by that point in time, you had been there about an hour, maybe a little less.
Gennetti's amazing.
When Karen and John arrived?
Right.
Yeah, about an hour.
And you were having fun.
Sure.
And so Julie drove home. But
I'm
you
no
stayed,
pussy.
correct?
I can hold my
Correct.
liquor.
All right. And in
That's what he's
terms of
doing.
Karen Reed's drinking, as far as you could see, she had that glass that she came in with that appeared to have a clear liquid in it, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you said either a lime or a lemon.
Thought I said a lime, but yep.
Okay. And you assumed that that was, vodka and soda water or vodka in some type of mixer, correct? That was clear?
Correct.
And if she was, while drinking that night, if she was mixing in water in between alcoholic drinks, it would have been impossible for you to discern which drinks were water and which drinks were vodka, correct?
Yeah, I would have no idea.
You can't tell that by eyeballing a drink, right?
No.
Because both liquids are clear.
Yes.
And in order to discern that, you'd actually have to be given a sip to see, right? Okay. But in any case, Karen does not appear to be under the influence of alcohol to you.
I didn't notice anything.
She wasn't stumbling, correct?
Nope.
She wasn't swaying.
I didn't notice.
She didn't appear to be unbalanced, correct?
I didn't notice anything.
She wasn't slurring her words.
Nope.
She wasn't talking gibberish, correct?
No.
She was engaging in normal conversation and she appeared to be under control.
Yeah.
And would you agree with me that she also appeared to be affectionate with John O'Keefe?
I wasn't really watching their interactions too much, to be honest.
You saw
In any case,
you saw glass
you
under
never
her
saw
coat.
any argument
Okay.
Between the two of them.
I wasn't really paying attention to their
Okay. And you
interactions.
You didn't perceive any tension between them, correct?
I didn't notice anything irregular.
Okay. And from your observations of Karen Reed that night, and you were there probably over 2 hours, were you not?
Total? About that, yeah.
From your observations of Karen that night, you would have had no problem with her driving a car, correct?
I wouldn't even have thought about it.
Okay.
The jury's hearing that he's got skin in the game. None of the other witnesses that were there that night
That of
seemed
the
to.
group that you had met out, that you were the last person to leave the Waterfall on January 29th of 2022.
I believe so.
Now, you previously, well, you testified on direct examination today, I believe, that you thought you got home between 12:05 and 12:10 a.m. on January 29th, correct?
It's what I remember.
If I suggested to you that you didn't even leave the bar until 12:13 a.m., would you quarrel with that?
Would I quarrel with it?
Yes.
No, I guess not. I mean,
And is your memory exhausted as to the precise time that you left the bar?
is it exhausted?
Right. In other words, do you not remember the precise time that you left the bar that early morning?
It's over 2 years ago. I don't know the precise time.
Right.
That's why I said between 12:05 and 12:10.
That answers my question. Thank you. Could we have exhibit 53?
Yeah, that's good enough.
Public exhibit 53, it's a short
A
clip
5-minute
from the
variance is okay.
I think we need to back it up. Maybe start it. If we could pause it for a second, please. Mr. Albert, you would agree with me, this was clearly the end of the night?
Sure.
The lights are all on at this point.
Yes.
The bar appears to have largely emptied out.
Yes.
Okay, continue, please. Pause it. Oh, there we go. My co-counsel is much better at this than I am. Do you know who that person is who's leaving the bar at this point at 12:13 and 43 a.m.?
Christina, it might be better without that spotlight.
Okay.
See it now?
Yeah. I believe it's me.
Continue, please. Okay. You can take that off the screen. So having now viewed that video with the timestamp of 12:13 and about 43 seconds or so, does that refresh your memory as to when you left the waterfall?
Yes.
That would mean it would have been impossible for you to get home to Maple Street by 12:05 or 12:10, correct?
Correct.
Now, it was about maybe a 7-minute walk home. Would you agree with me?
From Waterfall to Maple? No, I said 7 minutes from D&E to Waterfall. Waterfall to Maple is probably less than 5 minutes.
So it's your testimony that D&E is closer to the waterfall than the waterfall is to Maple Street?
D&E's farther away from Waterfall than farther away from where I live than Waterfall is.
I understand.
Oh, I don't follow you. I'm sorry.
I'll try to clarify. I don't mean to be confusing here.
Oh, it's fine.
I'm not asking about the distance between D&E and your home. I'm trying to compare or ask you to compare the distance between D&E and the waterfall, and then the waterfall and your home. Do you see the difference?
I think so.
Would you agree with me that your home is farther from the waterfall than D&E Pizza is from the waterfall?
I don't follow you. I'm sorry.
Okay. So let's take it step by step. D&E Pizza to the waterfall. Are they on the same street?
I'm retarded?
How many establishments, if you know, are between D&E Pizza and the waterfall?
Just a few.
Okay, so it's a very short walk from
Yes.
D&E Pizza to the waterfall.
Yes.
Correct? Your home on Maple Street is not on the same street as the waterfall, correct?
It's off of the same street.
But it's not on the same street.
No.
And your home on Maple Street is farther from the waterfall than D&E Pizza is to the waterfall. Is it
Correct.
not?
Correct.
Okay.
I didn't understand it earlier.
No, I know, and I'm trying to work through this because again, I'm not trying to trick you here. I just want to get the answer. So you would agree with me that it would take you longer to walk home from the waterfall than it would take you to walk to the waterfall from D&E Pizza?
Correct.
All right. And I believe you said that one walk was 7 minutes and one walk was maybe less than 5 minutes, correct?
Yes.
All right. The 7-minute walk would have been the walk home as opposed to the walk to the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
All right. So you have agreed that you left the bar at 12:13, almost 12:14, according to the video, and it would have taken you about 7 minutes to walk home, correct?
Not exactly sure how. I think.
Can I see counsel? Let's have her for just a second, please.
Why is Bev laughing? I mean, dude, does it take you longer to walk from the waterfall or from D&E to get home? Like, what? I don't get it. I don't get what's hard to just answer the question, bro. Like, I wonder if Bev is just gonna be like, you care if I fucking explain it to him? Like, can I just like I doubt it, but I wonder. I mean, yeah, dude, you can't blame Karen for just being like, dude, what the fuck is with this guy? No, I know he doesn't want to be accommodating, and I know he's playing dumb. Like that's what's going on here. He's just playing dumb. He's trying to dodge the inevitable here, which is what Yannetti's doing here is making a bed for him to lay in, and he's doing it very well. Right. Like he's trying to do, he's going to prove the point that he's making. Yannetti is going to prove the point that he's making, but what he's also trying to do is show that Chris Albert is a fucking liar on top of it. He wants the jury to see that this man who sits on the Canton Select Board and is brothers with Brian Albert was at that home, and he's a fucking liar.
It's been pointed out to me that I think we're not making the connection here, and I think it might be my fault. With regard to the timing of how long it took you to go home, I believe your best estimate is about 5 minutes. Is that your testimony? And when I say home, I'm not talking about from D&E Pizza. I'm talking about that early morning when you're at the Waterfall.
I understand. Yeah, I'd say around 5 minutes. I think from the Waterfall to Maple Street.
Fair enough. So now, if you're leaving the bar at like close to 12:14, as indicated,
Trying to
on the
cut that
video,
time.
you're getting home somewhere around 12:19, 12:20, correct?
Roughly, yeah.
And what were you wearing that night?
Blue jeans, sneakers, I think, and a sweatshirt.
Okay. And it had started to snow by that point.
A little bit.
So the ground was a little bit either slushy or wet.
Not slushy, but could have been wet.
Could have been wet. And the snow had not yet started to accumulate, or had it?
It didn't start. No.
All right. So you're walking home, but it was cold. Correct?
Correct.
And would you agree that in the best case scenario, you might have had a little bit more clothing on for that cold walk home?
I think I had a sweatshirt on.
Right, but you could have used something else, right?
Oh, probably.
In light of the weather?
Probably.
All right, because you testified that by the time you got home, you were pretty cold, right?
Correct.
You hadn't, if it had been about a 5-minute walk, that was enough time for you to walk in almost shivering, correct?
Sure.
And given that there was precipitation, the snow had started, the sweatshirt would absorb the moisture as opposed to repel it, correct?
Sure.
And so you were wet as well when you walked in, right?
Sure.
And by that point in time, you were tired, correct?
I don't remember if I was tired, but
Okay.
I don't remember if I was tired at that point.
Okay. You had worked all day
Correct.
till late in the day, actually into the evening, correct?
Correct.
Taking pizzas in and out of a hot oven,
Correct.
as well as other food that you serve as well, correct?
Yep.
And you're now, and by the way, you'd had a couple of drinks or a few drinks, whatever it was, at the Waterfall, correct?
Correct.
And you decided not to go to your brother Brian Albert's house, correct?
Correct.
That was in part because you weren't up for the continued partying at that point, correct?
Yeah, I just wanted to go home.
Right. And so when you got home, would you agree with me that your first priority would have been getting out of the wet clothes that you were in?
Correct.
And where would you have done that within your
In
home?
my bedroom.
And is this a townhouse? Or is it a freestanding residence?
It's a condominium.
Condominium? How many floors?
There's 3 floors.
And your bedroom's on the top floor?
Correct.
and the entrance is ground level.
Correct.
When you first entered the home in those wet clothes, where was your wife, Julie?
Upstairs in the bedroom.
And was she already washed up and ready for bed?
She was lying in bed.
And where did you go when you walked in the ground level?
I went up to the bedroom.
All right.
Took off my clothes, jumped in bed.
All right. Do you have a master bath with regard to your bedroom?
There's a bathroom, yeah.
All right. That would have been where you brushed your teeth
But yeah,
and washed up?
but I did. That's where I would do those things, but I didn't do them.
You didn't
those
do
things.
either of those things?
No.
Okay. Did you grab a drink of water before you went to bed?
Nope.
All right. So you essentially came home, and I think we agreed it was around 12:20 or so, give or take a minute.
Roughly.
And you made a beeline for your bedroom.
Correct.
Did you fall asleep shortly thereafter?
I know, right?
Soon
Cochino,
after.
bañate,
5
cochino.
minutes or so? 10 minutes?
I started to doze off. I don't know exactly how soon after I fell asleep.
All right. Sometime within 5 or 10 minutes, would you say?
I would say more like within 15 minutes.
15 minutes. Okay.
Lávate la boca.
With regard to getting home, and we'll call it 12:19 because I think that's more consistent with what you said. And understanding that it's just an estimate. If you're walking in the door at 12:19, it takes you maybe a minute to get upstairs.
About a minute.
You kicked off your sneakers downstairs, I imagine.
Maybe. I don't remember. That was a long time ago.
Okay. And then you walked up 2 flights of stairs. Right?
Probably ran up the stairs because I was cold.
Okay. All right. So you're getting up there around 12:20 or so, correct?
Roughly, yeah.
And you believe that you dozed off about 15 minutes later, which would have made it about 12:35?
Somewhere around there.
Now, when you came home, you would agree with me that your son, Colin Albert, was not home, correct?
Here we
Not when
go.
I first got home.
And in fact, I think your testimony was that 10 minutes after you got home, he opened the bedroom door.
I think that's what I said, yeah.
Do you want to stick with that?
I'm just trying to recollect what I, thinking it over. So obviously it was a little bit longer.
Because you actually woke up when he opened the bedroom door, correct?
I don't think so.
Did you not just testify before this jury just, I don't know, maybe an hour ago, that
Not even.
you fell asleep and that your son Colin opened the bedroom door and woke you up to say goodnight?
Yeah, I guess that's what I said.
Okay. And when you testified to that on direct examination, that was when Mr. Lally was asking you questions, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that you were under oath at that time, correct?
Correct.
And you were trying to be as accurate as possible, correct?
Trying to be correct.
All right. So in terms of the timing of this, assuming that he opened the bedroom door after you already fell asleep, if you're getting home upstairs to your bedroom around 12:20 and it takes you 15 minutes to go to bed, and that's around 12:35, then sometime after you're asleep, after 12:35, that's when Colin opens the bedroom door, correct?
I don't remember exactly.
Well, it's difficult for you to remember how long you'd been asleep for when Colin opened the bedroom door, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if it was 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or longer, correct?
I don't know exactly.
Right. But it was some time after you fell asleep.
To the best of my recollection.
Now, with regard to your son, Colin, he obviously lived in the same neighborhood as John O'Keefe because that's where your family lived, correct?
Correct.
And back in 2022, Colin Albert was 17 years old.
Correct. Part of the year.
And you knew that, like most teenagers, Colin drank alcohol with his buddies, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain for the jury who or what is Nebercracker?
What is Nebercracker?
Yeah.
Like the character?
That's what I'm asking.
It's a character in a cartoon called Monster House.
And would you agree with me that Nebercracker in the movie Monster House was this kind of old curmudgeon who didn't want anybody on his lawn, correct?
The character, yes.
He was the get off my lawn guy, correct?
In the movie, yeah.
What was your nickname and your wife Julie's nickname for John O'Keefe?
Mr. Nebercracker.
Oh, wow. And your wife Julie actually had John O'Keefe plugged into his contacts as Nebercracker, correct?
Correct.
Wow, dude.
In fact, you were there one time when Julie showed Karen Reed, her phone to show how John O'Keefe was plugged in as Nebercracker, correct?
I believe so.
And
They never had no
this
respect for
whole
this man.
nickname started because of a conflict that Colin Albert had with John O'Keefe.
Not correct.
John O'Keefe.
Wow, you were a little
complained to
quick with
you
that.
About things that Colin was doing.
Not correct.
He would tell you that Colin used to throw beer cans or beer bottles in his bushes, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
You can answer that. What's your answer?
That is not correct.
It's a goddamn
John
lie.
O'Keefe told you that Colin used to flip him off, correct?
Not correct.
And say F you to him.
Never.
Colin used to cut through his yard.
Nope, that was Dylan.
You knew that.
Yeah, throw the
John
other kid
didn't
under the
like
bus.
People cutting through his yard, correct?
No, I don't know that to be true.
Lies.
So is it your testimony that John O'Keefe invited kids to cut through his lawn all the time?
I don't understand. Is that a question?
It was
Yeah.
a question. I guess let me withdraw that and ask this. If John O'Keefe is Nebercracker, and he's the get off your lawn guy,
Right.
are you denying that he doesn't like people cutting through his lawn?
Do you want me to, can I explain?
I just asked for an answer to my question. Mr.
Right.
Brown will get up after I'm done, and I'm sure you can explain whatever you want.
So no, he's not no.
All right. Well,
You're
you would
lying.
agree with me
And
that
you're a piece of shit.
there was a time when John O'Keefe was not home that you and your wife Julie went to his house
That is correct.
and you entered onto his property, correct?
On his front,
What?
property, yes.
And you had drinks in your hand.
Correct.
And you thought it would be funny to have a photo taken of you and your wife with drinks in your hand on his property.
Wow, dude.
Correct.
And you knew it would be funny because you knew it would annoy him, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
He was actually asking us to watch his house while he was away.
Right, but that doesn't answer my question, which was he didn't ask you to go onto his property with drinks in your hand and take a photo, correct?
He asked us to watch his property.
Okay, but again, in answer to my question, the answer is no, he did not ask us to go on his property and take pictures of ourselves with drinks in our hand, correct?
Yeah, he didn't ask me to send him a photo.
And you would agree with me that Nebercracker wouldn't like a photo of somebody on his lawn with drinks in their hands, correct?
The cartoon character, Nebercracker?
Yes.
No
Objection,
objection.
Your Honor.
There you go. I mean,
Yes.
that calls for an objection. How can I speculate as to what a cartoon character would do?
May I approach you?
Yes.
Dude, you're done, bro. The jury. Every time this guy talks, bro.
Get the fuck out of here.
It's like you're done, dude. Stop it.
Mr. Albert, I place two photographs before you. If you could take a look at those and tell the jury if you recognize what they depict.
I do.
What do those photos depict?
It's me and my wife straddling John's fence. We're giving a thumbs up in one of them and a smile in another one.
Bruh.
And you say John's fence, so that's actually on John's property, correct?
Part of it is, yeah. I mean, I don't know what the easement is from the street to the fence as ownership goes, but yeah.
Your
I know
children,
the town
bro.
owns a certain portion of it.
Your fucking children,
Do you agree with
dude.
me that that photo was taken in April of 2021?
I'm not sure when it was taken, but if that's what you have for a date, then it's fine.
Okay. Who took that picture?
You and your wife are asshole children.
That's a good question. I have no idea.
Grow
Where
up.
was your son Colin that night when you had that picture taken?
I have no idea.
Would you agree with me that you texted those photos or somebody texted those photos, whether it was you or your wife, Julie, to John O'Keefe?
Absolutely.
And off of those are fair and accurate representation of the photos that you took?
Yeah.
All right. I would offer those, Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
You're a fucking child. You and your fucking wife.
And with the court's permission, may they be published for the jury?
Okay.
Wow.
With
Wow.
the first photo is that, well, first of all, whose house is that in the background?
That's John's.
And that is you on the right and your wife Julie on the left?
Correct.
We have the second photo, please.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. That is also John's house in the background there?
Correct.
And again, that's you on the right and Julie on the left, correct?
Correct.
Okay, we can take that photo now. Now, would you agree with me that those photos give some context to the text that you sent him on January 28th when you were trying to get him to come out and you threatened to, quote, fuck up his lawn if he didn't come out that night?
What do you mean give context to?
Well, in other words, here you are texting him photos of you and your wife on his lawn, correct?
Yes.
And that's a common theme that explains the January 28th text where you were threatening to fuck up his lawn, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I mean, you're going to sustain that? He did it. The jury saw it.
I just have one more area that I want to cover with you, sir. You previously confirmed that when you walked in your door on January 29th of 2022 after coming home from the Waterfall, your son Colin was not home, correct?
It's correct.
At that time, you had no personal knowledge of where he had been that night, correct?
That's correct.
Since that time, you know that he was at your brother Brian's house that night, Brian Albert.
That's correct.
Your old home, correct?
Where I grew up, yep.
And you knew that address to be 34 Fairview Road.
Correct.
And you knew that that was the same house outside which John O'Keefe was found dead later that morning, correct?
Correct.
I may have a moment.
Sure.
I mean, dude, listen, people. This dude is a fucking liar. The jury is seeing that this dude is a fucking liar. The jury saw Lolly panic. Now, the jury doesn't know what we know,
Sir.
but they've seen enough.
When you spoke to Trooper Proctor on February 10th of 2022, you would agree with me that you never mentioned that Colin Albert was at your brother Brian's house that night, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh,
I don't remember.
all right, thank you. Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
This should be great.
Now, Mr. Albert, you were asked some questions about being a selectman. Were you a selectman at the time on January 28, 2022?
No.
About how long after that was it that you became?
Sometime in April that the election was over. April, second week in April, maybe.
So that photograph that you were shown with respect to yourself.
So
and
3
the
months
former
after.
chief of
Okay.
police of the Kin Police, when was that?
It was a fundraiser, so it was probably like 2 or 3 weeks before the election. So January, February, March something, end of March maybe.
So well after January 28, 2022.
Yes.
And you were asked some questions about your brother selling the house. Now, prior to your brother selling the house, you had sold your house, correct?
Correct.
And why was that?
Why was that? It just made more. It made sense for us. You know, it was just a financial decision.
Kids were getting older, is that correct?
Yeah.
One was in the Navy.
Yep.
Another was about to go to college.
Correct.
And what, if any, relation did that have to your brother selling the house?
So once he found out that I was selling my
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow it.
once he found out I was selling my house, he decided that it might be a good idea for him to sell his house. His kids were getting older. So I gave him my real estate's number, the guy who sold my house.
And that selling of the house, was that something that you would discuss with your brother prior to January 28, 2022?
Yeah, soon after.
Let's move on from that.
I mean, it doesn't take the suspicion away that Brian Albert sold that house.
With regard to your son Colin, when he came home that night, you indicated that it was about 10 minutes after. Now, was that 10 minutes after you arrived home or 10 minutes after you got into bed?
10 minutes after I jumped into bed.
Not what you said, though.
Reference to your son Colin, he came home, you saw him that night, correct?
When he came home?
Yes.
Yeah, he just leaned his head in the door.
And when he leaned his head in the door, did you, similar to what I had asked you about Mr. O'Keefe, did you observe any sort of injuries or anything like that to his face?
No.
Saw your son the next day as well?
Yes.
Did you observe any injuries to him at any point
None.
in time? And you mentioned that you went over to your brother Brian Albert's house and both he and Mr. Higgins were there, correct?
Correct.
As far as your interactions with both Brian Albert and Brian Higgins that following day, what, if any, injuries did you observe on them?
None.
Now, with regard to the Nevercracker, what was sort of the origination of that?
It's a joke. It's so my son Dylan, who is my littlest one, he was cutting across John's lawn one day, coming home from the school, walking. This is before John had a fence that went this way, like on Pleasant Street. So it would just cut off like a couple of minutes. He ran across John's lawn one day. This is my littlest son, who I don't even know.
Throwing
at the time,
under the
he might have been
bus.
like 9, 10.
Throwing my
I'm not sure
youngest under the
exactly
bus.
How old he was. And John yelled something to him. Hey, kid, get off my lawn. So John was just making a joke. So Dylan got scared. He ran home and told my wife, Julie. And then Julie in turn called, I think called Jen maybe and said, hey, John just yelled at Dylan. And I think Jen reached out to John and John felt terrible. And John came down the street. John asked what kind of candy Dylan liked. And John brought Dylan a bag of candy and just said, hey, I was just kidding. It was just, so from that point on, we called him Mr. Nevercracker, and it was a joke between John. John thought it was funny. And
I call bullshit.
Now, as far as those photographs that you indicated that you took on his fence, and
Yeah.
sent to him when he was away, is that correct?
Correct.
And that was after he'd asked you to watch his house
Yeah.
while he was away?
Yeah,
And how did he respond to those photographs?
he thought it was hilarious. We actually showed him, other people that photo too. They thought it was funny.
All right, we're gonna wrap it up.
Yeah,
Mr.
we
Brown.
clown this guy to everybody.
So after you sent the text message as far as to come over here and then made the reference to his lawn, Mr. O'Keefe then came over to the water.
Yeah, he came over after.
Nothing further.
Nothing
Quickly,
further.
Jay. All right, you are all set, Mr. Albert. And
Thank you.
Jurors, we're going to take a recess. It's not going to be, just sit in there, let the jurors. It's not going to be too long because we're going to end.
If the witness would just stay where you
Yeah,
are.
please
Thank you.
stay.
Sorry,
So
sorry.
That's okay. So-
Jurors, if you'd fold your notebooks, please do on your chairs. Follow me. All right, here we go.
So call about a 10-minute
You are
break, 'cause
muted.
I want to get more testimony.
All right, so we've got a little bit of a break here. I mean, Yannetti, it was real interesting to see Chris Albert tell him to rephrase the question. No witness does that. To tell an attorney to rephrase the question. Repeat the question, sure, but it was very, very telling when Chris Albert said, rephrase the question to Yannetti, and Yannetti was just like, hold on, dude. Hold on, homie. I will phrase the question the exact same way, and I will wait for an answer from you. Like as if he was trying to be the boss of that situation. Kind of weird, right? Little Irish girl gifted $5. Can you scratch not on my desk, dude? Like so that it doesn't shake all crazy. Let's see. Really, bro? Hey, Clever, you got to move over there. There you go, Papa. Good boy. The Little Irish girl gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. Welcome, Shaz, Michael Chasen, Sonny's mom, Annie is okay, and Lindsay. Congrats, guys. Thank you so much, Little Irish girl. Yeah, I was blown away. Now there's a lot of stuff. That's the thing is you've got to understand there's a lot of history with Chris Albert, but the problem with, a lot of us are sitting there going, why didn't Yannetti bring this up? Why didn't Yannetti bring that up? There's only so much that Bev is going to allow the jury to hear as far as Chris Albert, because you got to understand, Chris Albert is not on trial here. Regardless of what we know and regardless of what we believe to have happened that night, it doesn't mean that you get to basically put this man on trial in somebody else's murder trial. It doesn't work that way. So certain things have to be, I mean, he's a witness. He has rights. Now, did he fucking lie? I mean, he lied through his teeth the entire time. But the jury saw it. This is what's important. So Yannetti's strategy here was basically just to make sure that the jury saw that this guy was not being forthcoming and was not being truthful. He absolutely, it was the fact that he sat on the Canton Select Board after he was asked what he does for a living, the fact that he omitted this information from direct questioning, the fact that Lolly left it out deliberately, clearly left it out deliberately, the fact that Chris Albert didn't mention it when asked what he does for a living. I mean, this is a point of pride, wouldn't it be? I own a local pizza shop named D&E Pizza. I'm a business owner, and I also sit on the Canton Select Board. Why would he avoid that detail? Because he's trying to downplay, I'll answer that. He's trying to downplay the kind of power that he has in that town. And Yannetti wasn't going to go, see, that's the thing is some of us, again, we're like, Yannetti, why didn't he go for this? Why didn't he go for that? Because we don't want Yannetti to blow his load that quick, right? What he's doing, this is still foreplay, folks. He's getting the jury ready. He's playing Barry White for the jury right now. That's where Yannetti and Jackson are. Right now, they're playing Barry White and pouring a glass of wine for the jury right now. Sitting back. The bed, the Austin Powers bed hasn't even begun to spin yet. Okay? So be patient. These guys know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing. So the jury saw that he absolutely downplayed this. Many of the people on the jury already know that he sits on the Canton Select Board. These are locals. You know what I'm saying? They already know that he sits on the Canton Select Board. They know this. So you just gotta just let these gentlemen do their jobs, man. Oh my goodness.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a
Laney, thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate you. Yeah, folks, we're this is all this is gonna take some time. You got to understand there's a method here that that Karen Reed's defense team is applying. And what they're doing is they are again using the prosecution's witnesses to build their defense. I mean, again, this at the end of the day, this was another witness that was and that works for the defense. I mean, the guy's credibility is fucked. Why would he hide the fact? Why would he deliberately try to omit the fact that he sits on the Canton Select Board? Why would he downplay it and say, oh, I was just recently elected? The jury sees this. The jury is not stupid. The jury is going to sit there and go, that's kind of weird, right? That's kind of weird. Why the fuck would he downplay such an important detail? Right. And of course, the timing with Colin. Because this is what I'm saying, is all of these things. Yannetti was very, very, very careful. And so what he did was just destroy his testimony, the credibility of his testimony, when he was talking about Colin. I mean, we're talking about how are you going to sit there and it was really disgusting because he's sitting there calling himself a friend of John O'Keefe, and his family seemed to have the Alberts seemed to have absolutely no respect for John O'Keefe whatsoever. None at all. And the thing is there might be some truth to what Chris Albert was saying up there. The problem is that the jury is going to doubt everything that Chris Albert's saying. So once Yannetti built up to the Nevercracker nickname and the pictures of them being taken on the fence, this text message saying, I'm going to fuck up your lawn if you don't come out here. So we now know, all right, we now know that not only did Chris Albert, okay, sorry, let me put it in chronological order here as far as how we've learned things, the timeline of when we learned things. We already know that Brian Higgins sent a text to John O'Keefe once they were at the Waterfall bar and then they left. And they were trying to get John O'Keefe to come over to the house. We know Brian Higgins did this. Brian Higgins not really having any real relationship with John O'Keefe. And we know that he was romantically interested in Karen Reed, where he sent her a text first because she walked in, according to the defense, she walked in with John, did not acknowledge Brian Higgins, despite the fact that they had some sort of romantic history where, according to the defense, there was merely a peck kiss that took place. And Brian Higgins says, well, after she completely ignores his existence, she fails to even acknowledge his existence when they walk into the Waterfall, the Waterfall Bar and Grill. Now, then now we already knew that Chris Albert had invited John O'Keefe to the Waterfall or to McCarthy's, PF McCarthy's. Prior to that, he initially got the invite from Chris Albert, the person who was sitting on the stand. And we now know that he even texted him saying, hey, if you don't come out here, I'm going to fuck up your lawn, which we didn't know until today. And we saw the text message. We saw the phone data from John's phone saying, if you don't come out here, I'm going to fuck up your lawn, with a crying, laughing emoji. So this is very, very interesting. This is very interesting because now we know that not only was he invited, he was also pressured to some degree. And we see that there is clearly a narrative here. People are trying to say that Karen Reed's motive was the fact that they weren't getting along, yet all of the data indicates that they were. All of the data indicates that Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, when we look at that footage, we see John O'Keefe and Karen Reed being very affectionate towards each other. We even hear the witnesses that are testifying against Karen Reed acknowledging the fact that they were very affectionate. And then we see Brian Higgins and some of the Alberts grab-assing and play fighting and having a scene out of Top Gun. Very homoerotic, weird, touchy-feely shit going on, masking it as tough guy stuff. Oh, I'm going to touch you. I'm going to touch you. But I'm going to make it look like we're fighting. Yeah, super gay. Super gay. But anyway, we see that happening. So these guys are in the mood to really flex their testosterone. You know what I mean? They're really, 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 they're hyped up. This helps with the narrative that John O'Keefe was lured to 34 Fairview Road, and there was motive to lure him to 34 Fairview Road. And he was beat up because the injuries line up with this theory much more than the SUV hitting him. That theory, much more than that. We see that there's no data retrieved from Karen Reed's vehicle. We know that John O'Keefe lost 3 liters of blood, and yet they only found 6 little droplets that they put in red Solo cups and put in a stop and save bag. We know that Chris Albert bought everybody a round of Fireball. And we also know that information means fucking dick, means nothing. Like, these are the kind of questions that Lolly is asking his witnesses. Totally irrelevant questions, total fluff jobs, just sitting there fluffing the people on the stand, making them look like total angels. The other ones who are angels are basically saying, yeah, they look like they were getting along. I didn't get any vibe whatsoever that Karen Reed and John O'Keefe were having these major problems. If they had differences of opinions, it was because of how she was spoiling the kids. But that's not a motive to kill anybody. That's clearly not a motive to kill anybody. So far, at every attempt that the prosecution has had to establish motive, they have failed. But yet, Karen Reed's defense team is slowly establishing motive for the people that were inside 34 Fairview on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022. They're very easily doing this, systematically doing it, and using the prosecution's own witnesses to do it. And this is exactly what we expected to happen. Because most of us were sitting here going, why is this going to trial? none of us have any idea. We can't think of any logical reason why Judge Bev would allow this to go this far into trial. This is a farce. It is clearly a farce, an absolute misrepresentation of the legal system in the United States of America. It's terrible. And everyone should be pissed about it. But here's the thing. Maybe this is a blessing in disguise. Maybe this needed to go to trial to show the corruption that takes place in Norfolk County. Maybe a jury needed to see this needed to see these people lie on the stand. Maybe it needs to all be on record. And nothing is more solid than an American murder trial. It all needs to be put on record. These inconsistencies and this corruption. Maybe it all needs to be put on record. And this is going to be what is needed to get John O'Keefe justice after all. And for serious changes to take place in the town of Canton and in the county of Norfolk in Massachusetts. Yeah, I think so too. I think that the feds want this to go forward. I think this is going to be the best way for them to finally have their case that they can present to a jury, a federal jury, and say, this is the level of corruption that has taken place. And it's going to go all the way up to Judge Bev, in my opinion. I don't see how it wouldn't. She should have absolutely recused herself from this case. I mean, think about it. For those of us who have been following this case for a while, think of how surreal it was. Because for me, it was. To sit there and watch this man sit there on the stand, watching Judge Beverly Cannoni sit there and make decisions as to what the jury's going to hear and what they're not going to hear, knowing that her brother represented the man sitting on the stand in a murder trial. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Her brother represented that witness in a murder trial, and yet it can't come up. Nobody's allowed to talk about it. The defense can't bring it up. The prosecution's definitely not going to bring it up, but nobody brought it up. The jury had no idea. And here there are so many of us, thousands of us, that are aware of this information. Thousands of us who watched the defense file a motion for her to recuse herself for that reason, and she refused. And then we just sat there and watched her oversee a line of questioning, a direct line of questioning and a cross-examination of this person. That's fucking crazy. It's just fucking crazy. Give me just 1 second, guys. Yeah, this is supposed to be a short break, I think. But it's Yeah, it's too early for lunch. Yeah, it's Karen Reed's biggest fan right there. I mean, this is crazy. I saw Scott McGinnis in the chat. It's good to see you, buddy. Oh, well, Clubber only eats once a day. He doesn't eat breakfast. And I don't generally eat breakfast either. Okay, thank you, Cherry. Yeah, I'm absolutely blown away by what I'm watching right here. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen. No, it doesn't have anything to do with me being a smoker. Okay. Judgment mentioned ending at 12:30 today. Okay. But she said I heard her say that she also wanted to get through some more testimony. So I wonder who they're going to call up next. I've heard that Jennifer McCabe is going to be called up this week. So I'm dying to hear her testimony. Well, her cross-examination, because we know her testimony is just going to be a bunch of fluffy bullshit. So yeah, people, this is wild, man, because again, we haven't even gotten to the defense's case yet. Give me 1 second here. I want to see if maybe I have enough time. I feel like we killed enough or too much time for me to do it now, but there is something that I'll save it. I'll save it for when we're done. You guys are gonna fucking love this. Yeah, most definitely, you guys are gonna love this. But yeah, I'll wait till we're done for the day to go over it. No, I don't smoke menthols. I hate that I smoke. You know what I'm thinking about doing? I'm thinking about going to, like, my brother quit smoking like that, but I think I need to quit. So I'm thinking about going to see a doctor and getting that medication that they give you for quitting smoking, see what my options are. And I don't normally like taking medication, but I just don't realistically see myself quitting. I mean, it's tough, man. And I don't really even smoke that much. Like, a pack of cigarettes usually lasts me about 2 days. And they're lasting me a little less than that because I'm live. I smoke more than when I'm live than anything else. And I hate that I smoke. I think it's a disgusting habit. There's really no logical reason behind besides the fact that I'm just plain addicted. It's just a habit. But yeah. There's no logical, like, I don't like the taste. I hate the way it makes my hands smell. I hate the way it makes my fucking breath smell. I can't stand it. It's a disgusting habit, but I've been smoking for so long. And when you think about it too, man, it's like, why does anybody start smoking? Nobody starts smoking for any legitimate reason. Nobody ever does. There's no legitimate reason because you kind of have to force yourself. And the only reason anybody who says any different is a fucking liar. They are a liar. You start smoking because other people around you are doing it, because you want to fit in and you want to do what everybody else is doing, or you want to be rebellious. You want to piss off your parents, you know, whatever. But it's never any like, oh, I was stressed out and I figured I'd pick up smoking in order to not be stressed. Nobody does that, dude. Nobody does that. People fucking pick up. Oh, here we go.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
May we approach before the next witness is called, Your Honor?
Okay.
I wonder what this is all about. Yeah, nobody smokes. Nobody picks up smoking for any other reason than to impress somebody. And I was fucking, I think I was 14, you know, and I started listening to rock and roll like religiously and started hanging around all the fucking other losers who were smoking.
All right, so Mr. Lally, who's your next witness?
We'll call Miss Julie Albert to the stand.
Okay.
Julie Albert. So Chris Albert's wife is being called to the stand.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and here should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Julie Albert, Albert.
And where do you live now?
I live at 22 Maple Street in Canton.
And how long have you lived there?
A little over 2 years.
And how long in total have you lived in Canton?
My whole life, 48 years.
And where did you live just prior to living on Maple?
I lived at 7 Meadows Avenue in Canton.
And how long a period of time did you live at 7 Meadows
Oh,
Avenue?
15 plus 20 years, about 20 years.
And do you have kids?
Yes, I have 3 boys.
And are you married?
Yes, I am.
What's your husband's name?
Christopher Albert.
And your 3 boys, how old are they?
My oldest, Christopher, is 25. My second son, Colin, is 20. And my youngest son, Dylan, is 16.
And do each of them, where do they live? Do they live with you?
They all live with me, yes.
And your husband, does he work?
Yes,
What does he do?
he owns a restaurant in Canton,
What's the name of the restaurant?
D&E Pizza,
And where is that located?
618 Washington Street.
Now, when you lived on Meadows Avenue, can you describe for the jury sort of, if you know, about how many houses are on Meadows?
I would say maybe 8 on each side.
And Meadows comes out to a main road, is that correct?
Yes, Pleasant Street.
And,
Jesus, dude. Yo, that lady's looking rough.
While you were living on Meadows Avenue, did you have occasion to come to know someone by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
And where did John live in relation to you?
John's house was at the top of the street, and there's 2 houses. There was 2 houses between John's house and my house.
And if you recall, about how long did you know John O'Keefe, or when did he move into Meadows?
I think he moved in 2017-ish, maybe. And I've probably known him since maybe 2019.
And how would you describe sort of your relationship with John?
We were friendly. We were neighbors. You know, I'd see him all the time coming in and out of the street, and because he's at the top of the street when I pulled out of the street, and we were friendly.
And in addition to you knowing Mr. O'Keefe, were there other sort of people that
Y'all ever see Hellboy?
that also knew him?
Yes. Yes.
Who were some of those?
Well, I knew John through Jennifer McCabe.
And who is Jennifer McCabe?
She's one of my closest friends.
Now,
She does look like somebody's
you knew that
fucking
John
foot.
Had, 2 children that he was guardian for.
Yes.
And you were familiar with both his niece and his nephew.
Yes.
Now, at some point through Mr. O'Keefe, did you come to know somebody by the name of Karen?
Yes.
When about was it that you met Ms. Reed?
Maybe in like 2021, like, you know, pulling in and out of the street if they were outside, if, you know, a couple times out socially, probably in 2021, I would say.
And if you could, just so we're clear, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom?
Yes. Between her lawyers right over there.
That's a record of like identification. Okay. Now,
Y'all are
some
fucked
social
up.
occasions that we were talking about, when you would see them out, would you have occasion to socially interact with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Is that something that like you and your husband did together, or was it more of a group setting type?
No, a group setting.
And with reference to, did you have occasions where you would socially hang out or interact with Mr. O'Keefe in which Ms. Reed wasn't there?
I can only honestly remember one time, and that was, I don't even know if they were together at the time.
And had you ever socially interacted or spent time with Ms. Reed separate and apart from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
Do you recall what day of the week it was?
Friday.
And what, if anything, did you have plans for that particular evening?
The next day was my nephew's birthday. So we were all, a bunch of us were going to go out that night, the night before, to a bar in Canton.
And by the night before, you mean the night before his birthday?
Yes.
And that nephew, what was that nephew's name?
Brian Jr.
And if you know about how
Y'all
old
are
was
fucked
he
up.
turning, or how?
Stop it.
Oh, let me start with this. How old is he now?
He's 24.
So just turned 24 a few months ago.
January. Yep.
And so he would have been turning, what, 22 at that point?
Yes.
And when you say we had plans to sort of go out, who was the we?
Myself, his mother, Nicole, my niece, Caitlin, and a couple of Brian's friends.
Now, and you mean Brian Jr.'s friend?
Yes.
And so Brian Albert Jr. has a mother named Nicole Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
And how is she related to you?
She's my sister-in-law. Our husbands are brothers.
So your husband Christopher has a brother?
Brian.
Brian. Okay. And that would be sort of
Brian Sr.
for lack
Yep.
of a better term.
Yep.
Your husband Christopher, how many siblings does he have?
6.
And Brian is the oldest?
The oldest, yes.
And so there were plans to go out that evening, the day before Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday, correct?
Yes.
And what were the plans? What did they sort of consist of?
We were just going to go to Waterfall.
And is Waterfall's
It's a bar in Canton on Washington Street.
And from your husband's pizza shop at D&E to the Waterfall, about how far away are the two from each other?
Very close. I mean, 200 steps maybe. You can, very, very close.
Same side of the street or
No, opposite sides.
Now, when it came to that day, where did you go? Did you go to the Waterfall first or somewhere else, or if you know?
I went to my sister-in-law Nicole's house to pick her up.
And do you know the address where your sister-in-law and your brother-in-law live?
34 Fairview, where they lived, 34 Fairview Road.
And that was somewhere that you had been numerous occasions before?
Yes.
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview Road, you went inside the house?
I think I went inside for a moment, yeah, just to wait.
And do you know who, if anyone, did you see in there that you knew or recognized or didn't?
I know my niece Caitlin was in there, my nephew Brian. I don't recall. I don't recall who else was in there.
Your sister-in-law, Nicole, was she there?
Yeah, she was ready to leave. Yep.
And when you left, I'm using sort of you in the plural. So you drove, is that correct?
I drove. Yep.
And who, if anyone, went along with you in your car?
Nicole, my sister-in-law, and Caitlin, my niece. And Brian did not end up coming with us.
And so your nephew Brian, for whom you had initially made the plans to go out
Yep.
and celebrate, didn't end up coming?
Correct.
And why was that?
I don't think he was feeling up to it.
And if you know about what time was it that you picked your sister-in-law and your niece up and then went to Waterfall?
I don't remember exactly, but I would probably say between maybe 7:30 and 8, 7:30, like around 7:30 maybe.
And you arrive at the Waterfall, you go in. If you could just explain for the jury sort of when you walk into the door of the Waterfall, where was it that the three of you went?
When you walk into the door, there's a couple high top tables, long high top tables in front of you. And we just sat down at a high top table right when you walk through the door.
Now, from your experience either that evening or prior evenings, on certain nights, does the Waterfall have any kind of sort of entertainment?
Yeah, they always have, every week's different. They have bands.
And from your recollection, was there a band there that night?
Yes, there was.
And do you recall where you were seated in relation to the band?
I was sitting at the end of the high top table closest to the door that you walk in. And the band was to the right of me against a wall and kind of like an alcove, like a little against a wall.
And then my sister-in-law Jen showed up and they played 8675309 and we all danced because we're white.
I think they set up while we were there. I think.
And so initially when you go there, do you go there and just have drinks or did you eat something or what?
We ate and yeah.
And while you were there, as far as during sort of the meal portion of it, was there anyone else that joined you?
I know my niece's boyfriend, Tristan Morris, came. I don't remember exactly when it was during that, but I know he was there. And then during the meal part, I don't think during the meal part anyone else, I don't think.
So you recall as far as the meal part was concerned, it's you, your sister-in-law Nicole, your niece Caitlin, and her boyfriend Tristan.
Correct.
And Mr. Morris, did he stay for any extended period of time or when was it that he left?
I know he stayed for a little bit, but I honestly can't remember what time exactly he left.
Now, your husband, was he working on that day?
Yes, he was.
And had you been in communication with him as to where you were going to be?
Yes.
And so the plan was basically for him to meet you at the Waterfall when he was done with work?
Correct, yes.
And if you know about what time was it that your husband, Christopher, came over to the Waterfall?
Maybe not 9:30, 10, maybe. I don't
And
remember
want you to
exactly.
guess, just 'cause
Yeah.
you know approximate time.
Yeah.
So at some time around 9:30 or so, your husband Christopher comes over to the Waterfall?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did he do when he got?
I
Let me ask
came
you
in, yeah.
this. He came in, did he get anything to eat, anything to drink?
Yeah, he probably ordered a drink and just stood by the table, I would think.
And you and the people in your group, were you drinking that night?
Yes.
What is it, do you recall specifically what you had to drink?
I think I had just a couple glasses of wine.
And your husband,
Bullshit.
do you recall specifically what he had that night?
What he would drink is Miller Lite.
And that's sort of typically what he would drink when he
Yes.
was out?
Yes.
And your sister-in-law, Nicole, do you recall what she was drinking?
I would assume White Claw. A White Claw.
And
Wow.
question with regard to your niece, Kate.
Yes, probably White Claw as well.
I fucking hate these people.
Now, while while you were there, who, if any, so after your husband came in, who, if anyone else, sort of came in and joined the group that you were with?
My brother-in-law, Brian Albert, and his friend, Brian Higgins.
And obviously, you know your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, correct? And
Is that
you
yes?
know.
Yes.
Thank you. You just have to answer obviously. So, did you know Mr. Higgins as well?
Yes.
And how did you know Mr. Higgins?
I just know him from being friends with my brother-in-law.
So you knew him just sort of through your brother-in-law, Brian, is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And do you know when they arrived in relation to when your husband, Christopher, arrived?
I don't recall.
But some point after, correct?
Yes.
Then after they arrived, who, if anyone else, do you recall sort of arriving and joining in your group?
Jennifer McCabe and Matt McCabe. And there was a couple, I don't even know their name, Colakitis. They arrived. I don't know their first names. And John and Karen arrived shortly after that.
And just so we can clear up people, as far as Jennifer McCabe, you've already mentioned her, and Matthew, was that her husband?
Yes.
And the other couple that you were talking about, or sort of guessing their names, had you ever met them before?
No. Nope.
Not anybody that you're particularly friends with or anything like that?
No. I know them, who they are, from seeing them maybe at a sporting event or something, but I've never been introduced to them.
And when you say sort of sporting events in relation to what?
If they were at like a basketball game and I was at a game, like I've just seen them around.
I can't believe she's
probably
chewing
sporting events,
gum,
probably
though.
a basketball game.
I can't believe she's chewing gum.
I just want to clarify. So when you say sporting events, these are kids' sporting events?
Kids sporting events, yes.
And so which kids' sporting events would you be at that you would see this couple that you didn't know? Your kids or something?
No, Jennifer McCabe's kids.
Okay. So you would go to sporting events for Jennifer McCabe's kids and see this couple?
Yes.
And if you know about how long after this Brian Albert and Mr. Higgins arrived, did the McCabe's and this other couple arrive?
I don't remember exactly.
But after Mr. Albert and Mr. Higgins, correct?
Correct.
Now then, you mentioned Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed came in at some point as well.
So you have to make sure you say yes or no, okay? And the other thing you say, I assume or I guess, don't answer. If you don't know, you don't.
Okay.
And if you know, about what time was it that Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed came?
Before 11 o'clock?
Okay. And with reference to when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, Ms. Reed, came into the Waterfall, where were you in relation to sort of the high top table that you were describing?
I was at the top of the high top table closest to the door.
And when they came in, where did Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant go?
John walked in and said hello and kept on walking, I think, to the bar. And Karen came in and stopped at the table to talk for a minute.
And during the time that she stopped at the table to talk for a minute, what, if anything, did she do?
She opened her jacket and had a glass and pulled the glass out and started drinking the drink.
And as far as the drink in the glass, what, if anything, did you observe as far as color or anything like that?
Clear.
And the glass that she had, could you see clear liquid inside it? How much of the glass was full?
I don't recall.
She placed it on the table, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was your reaction to that?
I think I laughed and said, made a comment like, "You're crazy," or something, just because she walked in with the glass.
Now, did you know where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed had been coming from prior to them getting to the waterfall?
Yes.
And where were they coming from?
CF McCarthy's.
You're familiar with that establishment? as well?
Yes.
And where is that in relation to the waterfall?
It's maybe 200 steps right next to my husband's restaurant.
So on
200
Opposite
steps.
side. Opposite side.
On the same side of Washington Street as your husband's restaurant?
Yes.
In the same vicinity from D&E to Waterfall, CF
Yes.
Water.
Yes.
Now, over the course of the evening, did you have occasion to see Mr. O'Keefe? He was at a bar, he had something to drink, is that correct?
Can you repeat that?
Over the course of the evening, did you have occasion to observe what, if anything,
Bruh.
Mr. O'Keefe was drinking?
No, I don't believe. I left very shortly after they got there.
And so you left fairly shortly after they arrived?
Yes.
And if you know, about how much time are we talking?
Maybe 10, 15 minutes.
He keeps calling it a restaurant.
I had a terrible migraine.
From the band being so close?
Yes.
And when you left, where did you go?
Home.
And when you got home, as far as your children on that evening, who was home, who was out, if you know?
My youngest son was home, and my oldest son didn't live at home. He lived in California at the time. And my middle son was not home.
And so your oldest son, Christopher, he was in the Navy at that point?
He was in the Navy, and he was stationed in San Diego, yes.
And so your middle son, Colin, he was out. Did you know where he was?
Yes. He was at, I believe, his friend Michael Leonetti's house.
And at some point, did you learn that Colin had gone from that person's house to somewhere else?
Yes.
Is this him communicating with you?
Yes.
And that other place that he went to, do you know where that was?
Yes. My brother and sister-in-laws, Nicole and Brian Albert's house on Fairview Road.
And was that in relation to your nephew and his birthday?
Yes.
Now, while you were, if I could take it back to the waterfall just for a second. So while you were at the waterfall, obviously you see Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed come in. Do you recall what Mr. O'Keefe was wearing?
I know he had a hat on, he had jeans on, and he had something with a hood.
And one shoe for some reason. I don't know why. He only had one shoe.
See him with like a winter coat or jacket or anything like that?
I did not.
And with regard to the clothing that you observed him wearing, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition of that clothing? And that, I mean, was it torn? Was it disheveled? Anything like that?
No, nothing that I remember.
And with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, as far as his appearance, what, if anything, did you observe about him as far as injuries or anything?
Nothing.
Now, with reference to your group as far as at the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the overall demeanor or tone of the group and what was going on then?
Just normal. I thought it was just normal. Sitting listening to a band.
So at least during the time that you were there were no sort of arguments or disagreements or anything like that?
Nope. Nothing.
And specifically to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, Ms. Reed, while you were there, during the short time that you were there, when they were there, did you observe anything as far as any arguments or disagreements or anything like that?
No, I did not.
Now, at the time, so during that time between when they arrived, you mentioned that John went up to the bar, correct?
Yes.
And where did the defendant go?
She talked to me at the top of the table for a few minutes, and then I believe she made her way down the table to either Jennifer McCabe or the couple that was at the end of the table to speak with.
And was it during that period of time that you had enough with the migraine and went home?
Yes, I left very, very shortly after that.
Now, during the time that you were there and you were speaking with the defendant down sort of your end of the table, what, if anything, was discussed as far as sort of where to go, what to do after the waterfall?
I do know that, I do remember, I'm sorry, that Karen had asked if we could go back to D&E, my husband's store, and make pizza, because that's something we frequently do if we're out at the end of the night, if we're hungry.
And was that something that you had discussed with Ms. Reed either on that date or on a prior day?
I believe we discussed just that we went there once, and we said next time she'll have to come with us.
Was that something that was discussed as a possibility or something that was going to happen that night?
I think right away, I just wasn't going to do that because I wasn't feeling well. And I think I might have said, talk to Chris, because I wasn't going to do it.
And is that something that she mentioned over the course of that evening, once, more than once, or something?
Just once to me.
So when you get home, at some point, the rest of your family came home at some point in the evening, correct?
Yes,
And who came home first? Your husband, Christopher, or your son, Colin?
my husband.
Do you know about what time that was?
I want to say about after 12, maybe 12:10, around there.
So sometime around 12:10?
Sometime around 12:10, yes.
And what, if anything, do you recall specifically about when your husband, Christopher, came?
He came upstairs to my room. He was shivering because it was cold out. And he immediately went into the bathroom, got undressed, and got into bed.
And your son, Colin, have you been in communication with
Yes.
him over the evening?
Yes.
And about how long was it after your husband came home that your son, Colin?
10 to 15 minutes.
And were you essentially waiting up for him?
Oh, yes. Yep.
Is that sort of common practice?
Yes. I do not go to bed until my kids are home.
And is there another common practice as far as when your kids come home, where do they go when they first come in?
They immediately will always come in the door, maybe grab a water out of the fridge and come upstairs and give me a kiss goodnight and tell me that they're home.
Now, did that happen on this occasion?
Yes.
And so Colin came into your room at some point?
Yep. He came right upstairs. Yes.
And when Colin came into your room and he came upstairs, did you have occasion to observe him as far as talk to him, obviously?
Yes. We talked for a minute. He asked me if I was feeling better. And yeah, we talked for a moment.
And during that conversation that you had with Colin, similar to what I had asked you with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, injuries or anything did you observe on your son, Colin?
None.
And fair to say the next day, at some point, you talked to and had interaction with your son?
Yes.
And what, if any, injuries or anything did you observe?
None. None.
So I know this is sort of hard, so wait till Mr. Lally finishes his question before answering, okay? Thank you.
Now, after your son Colin came home, and you eventually went to bed, is that right?
Yes.
And turning your attention to the next morning, the Saturday morning on the 29th, about what time was it that you woke up?
I woke up about 8-ish.
And with regard to your nephew, Brian Jr., whose birthday it was now on the 29th, what, if any, sort of tradition do you have with respect to him this birthday?
Every year on his birthday, I go to Dunkin' Donuts. I get him 6 donuts and I bring them to the house and I leave them there with a card before he gets up. So when he wakes up, they're there. I've been doing it for years.
And is that what your intention was on this morning as well?
Yes.
And is that what you did on that?
Yes.
Now, when you woke up, probably like most people, at some point did you look at your phone?
Yes.
And when you looked at the screen to your phone, what, if anything, did you see?
I had a missed call from my friend Jen McCabe.
And was there any sort of notation in regard to the missed call as to what time that missed call had come in?
But it was 5:55 maybe.
So sometime earlier in the morning.
Early morning, yes.
And beyond the missed call, was there any other sort of stamp or notification on the phone as far as a voicemail, text message?
Nope. I'm sorry. No, there was not.
And not from Ms. McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And not from anybody else?
Correct.
And at any point in time on that morning over the phone, did you speak with Ms. McCabe?
No, I did not.
And did you call her? So you didn't call her back or anything like that?
I did not.
And so after you wake up, at some point you go to Dunkin' Donuts and get the 6 donuts?
Yes.
And where did you go with those?
I drove to 34 Fairview.
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview, where did you park in relation to the house?
I pulled into the driveway.
And when you came up to the house and you were driving to the house at this point, what was the weather like?
It was coming down. The snow was coming down pretty good.
And with reference to the house, what, if anything, did you notice out of the ordinary with regard to the house or the street or anything else?
Jennifer McCabe's car was in the driveway.
And as far as any other vehicles on the street or anything like that, what was going on at that point?
I don't recall. I don't.
Nothing you can recall?
No.
About what time was this that you got there?
8:30, 9 o'clock, 8:30, around that.
And when you get there, you pull in the driveway, what did you do?
I opened my car door. I got out to walk to the car in front of me to leave the donuts and card inside my nephew Brian's car. And Brian Albert came to the door. Brian Albert Sr. came to the door and he told me to come in, asked me to come in for a second. And I said that I didn't need to. And he said, I'm just leaving this gift for Brian Jr. And he said, no, just come in for a second. So I went into the house.
Huh.
And when you walk into 34 Fairview Road on that morning, who, if anyone else was there?
Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Jennifer McCabe, and Matt McCabe.
And where were they in relation to the house?
In the kitchen.
And what, if anything, did they tell you at that time?
When I first walked in, nothing. Everyone was just sitting there, and I was looking around, and everyone was visibly upset. And I asked, what's going on? And another maybe 30 seconds went by, and Jen said, something's happened to John. And I said, John, she said, John O'Keefe. And I said, is he okay?
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow it.
I said, is he okay? And she said, we don't know. And that was that.
And after hearing that information,
Mhm.
How long were you at your brother and sister-in-law's house that night?
Probably about half hour, 45 minutes, maybe.
And where did you go from there?
I went home to wake my husband up to let him know what had happened.
And at some point after you go home and wake up your husband, where did you and your husband go?
We went back to 30. I woke up my husband, told him what had happened, and we went back to Fairview.
And so the second time that you had gone back to Fairview,
Mhm.
how long a period of time were you there that?
I would say probably half hour, not long.
And then after that half hour or so, where'd you go after that?
Back home to my house.
Now, during either of those occasions when you were at 34 Fairview Road on the morning of the 29th, you had occasion to talk and observe Brian Albert Sr., correct?
Yes.
And similar to questions that I asked you with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and your son Colin, what, if any, injuries or anything out of place did you note with respect to Brian Albert Sr.?
Nothing that I saw.
And same question with respect to Mr. Higgins, as far as you made observations and spoke at least in the same room as him on that morning?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you observe as far as injuries or anything else on Mr. Higgins?
Nothing.
Now, when you woke up your husband that next morning, your other two sons, being Colin and Dylan, they were at home still?
Yes, they were at home still asleep.
And with regard to when you went to Fairview, came back with your husband, went back to Fairview, and then came back again, were they still asleep?
I don't remember.
You recall, well, let me put it this way. As far as your sons, did either of your sons come back with you to Fairview Road that day?
No, they did not.
And do you recall whether or not either Colin or Dylan was awake when you left the second time to go to Fairview?
I don't.
At some point, a few days after this, did you have occasion to meet with a couple troopers from the state police?
Yes, I did. They came to my home.
When you say they, how many of them?
There were 2.
And you spoke to them that day in reference to what you had observed at the waterfall, everything you just testified?
Yes, I did.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
So, according to this,
When you, Mrs. Alba, when you came over to Fairview Road that first time with the donuts, as far as the inside of the house, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition of the home or anything about the home that seems abnormal or out of place or off, from the evening before when you were there?
Nothing.
her and Chris weren't interviewed by Buchanan until the 10th of February.
Good afternoon, Ms. Albert.
Good afternoon.
You and I have never met, correct?
Correct.
I just wanted to pick up on a question that and an answer that Mr. Lally asked you and that you responded to. He had just asked you whether or not a few days later you spoke with a couple of state troopers. Do you recall that question?
Yeah.
Yes.
10
And
days
your answer
later.
was yes?
Yes.
At
You
least.
would agree with me that it was more than just a few days later.
There we go. Get her.
It was February 10th of
There we go.
2022 that two state troopers came to speak with you and your husband, Chris, correct?
Correct.
And so we're talking about 13 days later, almost 2 weeks later, correct?
If
Yeah.
that was the date.
I just
yes,
didn't know how
correct.
many days were in
Prior to
January that year.
February 10th, no investigator from this case bothered to talk to you or your husband, correct?
Correct.
Now, in terms of the two investigators who did come, you knew one of them quite well, did you not?
I knew them. I wouldn't say quite well, but I knew them.
Okay, and when you say you knew them,
Him. I'm sorry. Him.
okay, and who was it that you knew?
Michael Proctor.
Michael Proctor was the brother of one of your close friends.
She brought it up.
Correct.
You're close friends with Courtney Proctor, correct?
I am.
And by the way, your maiden name is Daniels, correct?
Yes, it is.
And you have a sister, Jill Daniels, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you would agree that Jill Daniels is also lifelong best friends with Courtney Proctor.
Ooh.
Yes, she is.
And in terms of your relationship with Courtney Proctor, you socialize with her, do you not?
Objection.
Do you?
Occasionally, yes.
Go out for drinks with her, correct?
Yes.
It's a yes or no
You've attended
question.
Parties with her, correct?
Yes.
You've also provided childcare for her children, correct?
Yes.
Objection.
Whoop. She said yes.
All right, I'll see you on sidebar on this.
No, fuck your sidebar. The jury fucking heard her say yes. She babysat Proctor's kids. Stop it right now. Now, this is very, very notable, folks, because what's going on here is that they can't bring up. Now, they can if it comes naturally. This is an example of it of Proctor's name coming up naturally. She brought up Proctor's name. He didn't ask, do you know Michael Proctor? She said, "Did you know one of the state troopers?" She said, "Yes." "Which one?" She said, "Michael Proctor." So she brought up Michael Proctor's name. Everything is on the table as far as talking about Michael Proctor from this moment on. So this is very, 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 very fascinating. This is about to get seriously interesting, folks. Yeah, I mean, come on, dude. That door has been open. The Michael Proctor door has been open. And she straight up said yes. Like the jury heard her say yes. Like, I mean, you could sit there and you could strike. You could be like, yeah, okay, strike that from the record. Jury, disregard that, but can't unring the bell. Sorry. You cannot unring the bell. Now, legally speaking, technically you have to. But let's just be honest here, folks. The jury heard her straight up say, I babysit Michael Proctor's kids. I mean, think of how long this family, we're looking at Karen Reed's parents and her brother and sister sitting there. And I mean, this is, imagine how long they've been waiting for this testimony, for this cross-examination. 2 years, over 2 years. Karen is absolutely engaged right now, and rightfully so. Like, we're about to get to the shit right now. Proctor is the Mark Furman of this case. Now, the difference is that Proctor has skin in the game. Proctor is personally involved with the owners and family of 34 Fairview at the time of this tragedy. So for those of you who don't know, Michael Proctor is the lead investigator. Sorry about that. Canton does not investigate homicides. So due to the fact that, okay, sorry.
So, Ms. Albert, you provided child care for Courtney Proctor's children?
Objection.
Need a time for
Okay, yeah, Courtney Proctor's children.
Have you ever?
That would
provided
be
childcare
Michael
for
Proctor's sister, I
Courtney
believe.
Proctor's children?
Objection.
So you need a time frame.
Before January of 2022, did you provide childcare for Courtney Proctor's children?
Yes.
When?
$2019. 2019.
Just that 1 year?
Yeah, it was pre-COVID. And then when COVID happened and everything shut down, I wasn't helping her any longer.
Okay.
And then occasionally after, I would help just on an as needed basis
Okay.
after COVID.
And during that year of 2019, how often did you watch her children?
2 days a week.
And she had a boy and a girl?
Correct.
What were their names?
Jack and Caroline.
And Jack and Caroline were Trooper Proctor's niece and nephew, correct?
Yes.
The Proctor family entrusted you with the care of their children, correct?
Objection.
It's sustained as asked.
You know that Michael Proctor.
Yeah, I misspoke.
is a
I
trooper,
apologize,
correct?
folks.
Yes.
You knew that he also was from Canton.
Yes.
You knew his wife, Elizabeth Proctor.
Yes.
And you were also aware that Courtney Proctor had recommended you to also watch Michael Proctor and Elizabeth Proctor's children, correct?
Objection. Move to strike.
That objection sustained.
But you go back a long way with Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you were certainly at her wedding, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why is
Your
that?
son was a
Come
ring
on.
bearer at that wedding.
Objection.
All right, so we'll
Come
sustain
on.
that through this witness.
Why is that sustained? That's
You
relevant.
spent time at Michael Proctor's childhood home, have you not?
Yes.
You've been to the pool at the Proctor's house, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so people, this is dirty. Absolutely relevant. It is absolutely relevant that they were in the same wedding party as the Proctors, that Michael Proctor's mother on social media referred to the McCabe's and the Alberts as her second family. This is just plain dirty. I mean, the fact that Judge Bev is sustaining these objections, because it just sounds like they're just trying to shut down the truth here. These are not damning questions. These are not even putting the witness on trial. This is just simply asking relevant questions. Is there a relationship? He's absolutely establishing a relationship between the Proctors and the Alberts, which is absolutely and perfectly understandable. And it's relevant. And especially when you consider the way that the evidence was handled in this case, and Michael Proctor being in charge of this investigation. Take these facts that Yannetti is touching on right now, and the way that this investigation was handled and the way the evidence was handled, it is not a coincidence. I mean, this is unbelievable right now that Bev is calling this like this. Oh, the objections absolutely reek of panic. There's a lot of panic going on right here, coming from the prosecution.
How many times have you been to the Proctor's pool?
I'd say maybe a dozen.
And you've certainly taken your children there as well?
That means 2 dozen.
Colin has been to the Proctor's pool?
Yes.
And you've seen Michael Proctor's mother and father at that pool, correct?
Yes.
You've seen Courtney Proctor and her husband at that pool, correct?
Yes.
You are very close with Courtney Proctor, correct?
How would you define very?
The way you just described it, you just fucking agreed to.
You were very close with Courtney Proctor?
No, what?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, go ahead. Next question. You got your answer.
I didn't hear the answer.
Go ahead. Repeat that.
Do you deny that you were very close with Courtney Proctor?
No.
Okay. You talk regularly,
Here we go.
correct?
Yes.
You text each other, correct?
Yes.
You also talk by phone.
Very rarely.
Is it fair to, did you say very rarely?
Phone. Usually it's text.
But
I
do
mean,
you stand by that testimony that you talk to Courtney Proctor very rarely by phone?
Do we have a time frame?
dude.
Do you mean now, or do you mean then?
Let me ask you this. Between February 1st of 2022 and September 6th of 2022, did you only speak rarely with Courtney Proctor?
I don't recall.
Oh, get the fuck out of here, lady.
Were you using Courtney Proctor as an intermediary to communicate with Michael Proctor about this case?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Ooh.
No, I was not.
Are you aware that between February 1st of 2022 and September 6th of 2022, you and Courtney Proctor spoke by phone 67 times?
Woo!
Were you aware of that?
No, I don't know the exact count.
Wow,
Do you
dude.
deny that you spoke 67 times?
Lady.
I don't deny it, but I don't recall the exact amount of times.
Okay, so you don't deny that you spoke 67 times. You still want to maintain your testimony that you only talked very rarely with Courtney Proctor during that time period.
I just don't remember the exact amount of times.
Well, you know that my client, Karen Reed, was arrested in connection with this case on February 1st of 2022. Do you not?
I do.
You spoke to Courtney Proctor that date for 12 minutes by phone, correct?
I don't recall exactly. I don't remember exactly.
See, dude, what he's doing right now is fucking beautiful. The fact that she's being elusive about that is what he wants the jury to see.
As to whether you spoke to Courtney Proctor that day, and if so, how long the two of you spoke?
Yes.
Yeah, he wants the jury to see her dodging these questions. That's what he
showing you a
wants.
Document with a number of.
Just show it to her.
Right. No, I just wanted to point out which one that I'm pointing out. So the third, I was going to say a number of lines. The third line down, if you would take a look at that specific date and time and see if that refreshes your memory about whether and how long you spoke to Courtney Proctor on February 1st, 2022.
Can you see that, or do you need glasses?
No, I can see it.
I do have a pair of readers that I need as well if you need to borrow them.
Yes, if I could.
Of course.
Thank you. I
And,
left mine downstairs.
I just got these and it's like. the
Misty and
middle.
Eddie, just bring them up,
Sorry.
please.
It took me a while to figure them out, but anyway.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
It's the third line down.
Third line down. Yes, I see it. I don't recall this.
Okay.
It's a long time ago. Thank you.
And you say that having seen this record, it does not refresh your memory. that you spoke to Courtney Proctor for?
Don't, it does not refresh your memory. That's where you have to.
Wait, what?
Did Courtney Proctor tell you the day of my client's arrest on February 1st that she had been discussing the case with her brother that day?
Objection.
Disdain.
Did you speak to Courtney Proctor that day in any fashion?
What day exactly?
The day of my client's arrest on February
Yeah.
1st, 2022.
That was on the sheet you just gave me?
It was.
Well, I did, obviously, if it was on that sheet.
Calm
And when
down,
you talked
Tinkerbell.
to her, did she tell you that she had discussed the case with her brother?
Objection.
Disdain.
Were you notified that Karen was going to be arrested?
Objection.
Disdain.
What did you discuss?
I don't recall.
The next day, February 2nd of 2022, was the day that my client was arraigned back in Stoughton District Court. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
You spoke to Courtney Proctor 3 times that day before my client's publicly televised arraignment at 9 a.m. Did you not?
Again, I don't remember.
After the arraignment, you spoke to her again for 27 minutes, beginning at 10:58 a.m. Did you not?
I don't recall.
Okay. So your testimony is, well, strike that. My client's arrest was pretty big news in Massachusetts, wasn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were aware that my client had been arrested, correct?
Yes, I had seen it on the news.
You were aware that she was being arraigned the very next day, were you not?
Yes.
This case involved your family, did it not?
How do you mean it?
Well, you knew
Wow.
that John O'Keefe was found dead on your brother-in-law, Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
Correct.
So necessarily, your family was involved in this case, correct?
Somewhat, yes.
And you knew that ultimately you'd probably be talked to by investigators from this case, correct?
I assume so, yes.
Right. Didn't happen for 13 days, but ultimately they did come, correct?
Yes.
All right. So this case had to have been pretty big news within the Albert family, was it not?
Well, yes. Yes.
You were discussing it with your husband, correct?
Yes.
You were discussing it with your other relatives, correct?
Yes.
You were discussing it with your friends, correct?
I don't know about my friends, but yeah.
So is it your testimony that with all of this going on, you confined your discussions about this case just to your specific family members?
Not necessarily.
No, I mean, clearly you would have talked to Courtney Proctor about this, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. So folks, why don't we end here, right? Ms. Alford, you'll have to be back tomorrow for your classes. And jurors, the 3 cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. And I'll see counsel at 5 hour with jurors. So thank you very much.
Jurors is closing your notebooks and leaving.
Okay, dude. I mean, again, people, all of this is going on record. All of it's going on record. Every bit of it. So, people, what we've got right here is absolutely what we predicted cross-examinations were going to be. Karen Reed looks absolutely satisfied, and as she should. Karen Reed looks as though she is very satisfied with what her defense is being paid to do. And I think that that's fantastic. We'll drop in on Tom here because we want to see her leave. And make sure to Make sure to subscribe to Tom CPU. Oh, I think he ended his stream. Let's see. Maybe he's live again here. I think he's live again. Okay. Yeah, I'm just waiting on him. He's a little behind, but and there's going to be another video that I'm going to go over just for fun, because we got a half day today, folks. We might as well just hang out just a little bit longer, because I like to see. I really enjoy seeing this shit unravel exactly how we all predicted it, except for a certain group of people who have believed that Karen Reed is guilty despite things like, I don't know, evidence. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's go back. Here we go. All right. They ended their stream, but I guess they started another one. I mean, you guys saw it. I thought it was over. Because I wonder what's about to happen here. I doubt it's perjury stuff. You know what would be awesome? FBI, open up! And then just... Yeah, I mean, I wonder what's going on there. Yeah, we need somebody to just bust in there and just be like,
And his name is John C.
oh my God. I wish I knew what the hell was going on in there. It's driving me crazy. I mean, I'm trying to figure out why Bev, because I mean, listen, I'm not an attorney, and there's probably certain things about what was allowed that they already established was going to be allowed and what wasn't going to be allowed. So I'm shaky on that, but so maybe I'm just misunderstanding. Maybe Bev was on the up and up as far as her sustaining those objections. But I mean, come on, man. There's clearly a conflict of interest with Judge Bev here. I mean, we already know this. Here we go.
Okay. See you tomorrow morning.
All rise for the court, please.
Well, that's it, folks. All right. All right. So let's drop in on Tom CPU here. As you can see, he's got somebody out there on the courthouse steps ready to.
Oh, special water.
He needs to full screen it, though. Tom, full screen it, bro.
Did you read the book? Did you read it? Yeah.
There we go. There we go. Way to go, Tom.
Can I grab a picture of that?
Tom.
Great coverage last night.
Nice flood in there. That's a great question.
Oh my God. I'm such a troll. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not really sorry, actually, but you know.
Doesn't open till 4:30.
Okay, they're about to come out. So,
Is that your friend again?
yeah, it's my friend. Oh, hold on. Let me flip the camera. Oh, she.
Ooh, do that again. Whoa. Ready?
Well, he does do good photo op.
Oh, man.
And there's Gramps.
I'm glad she's laughing.
Yeah. So, no, I just wanted you. Yeah, I want to get a picture, but when I call you, or I'll come back and then I get a picture. Send me that. Oh, here they come. Here they come. Here they come. Oh, let me get a picture. Good job today, guys. Good job today.
How would you evaluate today? Well, I think that there were some very
I want to hear what I want to hear what Yanetti's saying.
What? She's been waiting for you all day long.
Yeah, I wonder if Elizabeth Little is going to do any of the cross examinations. I'd like to see what she can do. I mean, at this point, how, you know what I mean? Like, oh, wait, folks. I don't like to show kids, and I get.
I told you. Done. I love it. I love it.
So the Alan Jackson just gave that little girl a high five, which is really nice. I just don't like to show kids if I can help it on my channel. This is not a show for kids. So I don't like to show kids if I can help it.
Yes, honey. I got it. Oh.
Yeah, so Karen and Alan Jackson are being awesome right now.
Yeah, but they're not going to write dirt about her and have people share it.
Oh, it's swapping.
Oh,
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
Yeah. See you later.
Good job. Give her a hug.
Great job, guys. Job,
Good ambassador.
Or we'll trade back next time.
Yeah, give him back her. Give him back to her. Harry.
I don't care. Good. They're swapping.
Bye, Chef. That's so nice.
How can you not? Yeah, thank you. No, it fell out.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the sweetest thing. Yeah, Karen and Alan Jackson were just being very, very, very sweet to these kids. Because those kids had gifts. They had made little gifts for Karen, and Karen was very gracious and very grateful for getting
Trying to
those
hide
gifts.
behind the car. I don't want to kind of be in anyone's shot, but I still want to be able to get it. What's up, lady? How you doing? All right, listen, man, you go put them in your bag so you don't lose them.
Karen. Mr. Porter dropped these off today.
Yeah, I mean,
Her name is Jessica.
so it's really cool because normally
Jessica Fritz made
they
those.
haul ass back to their car, but they're just hanging out with these kids right
What
now.
fashion
Like
on
Karen
point?
Reed and her family, as well as Alan Jackson, Yannetti, Elizabeth Little. They are all just hanging out with these kids, talking. They have not gotten in their vehicle and hauled
All
out
right,
the
let's
way.
give them some time. Let's give them alone. We've got a camera in their face enough. Let's give them a break.
Such a nice moment, though.
Yeah.
Carol. Carol loves to ride.
Hey, did you say hi to Karen? Yes. Imagine that. See, that's what we're recording.
Me. I love it.
Easy. No, over here. You can't bring it over there. Shay, you can't bring it over there.
Shay.
No.
I don't have money for that. Knock it
No,
off.
no. All right, come on. Let's go.
Where people can see.
All right.
Yep. She's running.
So let's get petty, y'all. Y'all want to get petty? I like to get petty. Who wants to get petty? Y'all want to get petty? Kids, you want to get petty? All right. All right, let's get petty. Now, this is some moron who calls herself a criminal profiler. And let's listen to this idiot. This is not the first, second, or third time that I have reviewed this person. She calls herself Pat Brown, criminal profiler. As you can see. Now, the title for this is The Ridiculous Karen Reed Defense, Brian Albert's Front Lawn. And then, of course, she hashtags Karen Reed, blah, blah, blah.
Hello, everyone. This is criminal profiler Pat Brown.
And I can't go wrong with my pause game with her, just so you guys know. It can't be done. Like, I can't fuck up the pause game. No matter what I pause her on, it's always going to be perfect.
And
see what I mean?
Have I been following the
See what I mean?
Karen Reed trial? Well, I don't do news. So no, I don't watch the
I'm a criminal profiler, and I have a true crime channel that I fucking make money off of, but I don't do news. Okay? I don't do news. I don't do any research either. Okay? But I'm a criminal profiler. Awesome. This is just fucking great.
the entire trial and do a show every day on it. But I did want to see what the defense had to say, because I'm pretty sure I'm in the prosecution camp that the amount of evidence they have, I think, is quite overwhelming that Karen Reed did indeed hit her boyfriend.
Right. Yeah. Karen Reed, the evidence is overwhelming, as we've seen. Like, so you haven't watched the trial. So here you just saw a bunch of YouTube channels getting a bunch of views and building their channels because they're talking about this case, and you call yourself a criminal profiler So you decided to chime in without doing any evidence and disclaiming this fact to the whole world, saying, I don't do those. And the evidence is overwhelming, but you don't, what evidence? If you had been watching the trial, Pat Brown, criminal profiler, if you'd been watching the trial, then you would see that the prosecution has yet to present a case that is even in the slightest bit damning to Karen Reed. And yet the defense has taken every witness that the prosecution has presented and made them their witnesses. Every single prosecution witness is now a defense witness. This is what we've seen since the beginning of this trial, just so you know.
Okay. John O'Keefe. But the defense and many, many people who believe what the defense is saying and what the unfortunate provocateur out there, we all know who he is, who's been basically running a shadow defense for Karen Reed, but not so much in the shadows because he loves being.
Okay, so it took her all, including her intro, all of what? 1 minute and 16 seconds to show her disdain for Turtle Boy. Her disdain for Turtle Boy right here is shown not even 1.5 minutes in, and that includes her intro. So immediately, this is about Turtle Boy. Immediately. What'd I say about my pause game, y'all? The fuck did I say about my pause game? Telling you, I can't lose.
Being in the limelight. However, what I'm looking at, what does the defense really have to say about how John O'Keefe was killed? What do they have? Maybe there's something I'm missing. So I watched the.
Yeah, you're missing the whole trial. You're missing literally every piece of evidence involving this case. That's what you're missing. Maybe I'm missing something. Yeah, everything. Dummy. Look, bro. Look at my pause game, people. My pause game, y'all.
The opening statement of the attorney, the main defense attorney there. And I thought basically his whole defense was ridiculous. And I call it because he said this like, I can't remember how many times he said this. He pushed this over and over and over again. So he wants the jury to focus on this one thing. And it's Brian Albert's front lawn. His front lawn. Brian Albert's.
Okay. I don't know, criminal profiler. Maybe it's just me, but I'm wondering if that has to do with the fact that the victim was found there. Call me crazy. I don't know. Why would the location of the victim's remains being found, why would that be relevant in this case? I have no idea. Why is that relevant in literally every single other case? I don't know. You got me there, Pat Brown. Why in the shit is the location of where the victim is found ever relevant? I have no idea. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a criminal profiler. I don't know. Dummy.
Front lawn. And he keeps emphasizing this over and over and over again. So mostly his concept is a conspiracy theory. That she never hit him, that she simply dropped off. Karen Reed dropped off her boyfriend and drove away. Yeah, so she might have been a little drunk, but she didn't hit him. She just drove away. And he entered this home. And while he was in the home of Brian Albert, he killed him, or almost killed him, shall we say, because he's supposed to end up on Brian.
No, Turtle Boy never accused Brian Albert of actually killing John O'Keefe, not to my knowledge. He's accused Colin Albert of it. But the facts dictate that whatever happened, and this includes a federal investigation, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a second. The facts dictate that John O'Keefe was not hit with Karen Reed's SUV. The facts dictate that John O'Keefe was inside that home. You cannot deny these facts because the defense is already proving it. The defense is already proving it, little by little.
Brian Albert's front lawn dying of hypothermia. All right. Now, what is the problem with this whole concept of him being on the putting
Sorry, I just had to hit pause again.
John O'Keefe on his front lawn? The whole problem with it is it's blazing stupid. This man is a police.
Hey, Pat Brown. He was found there. First responders tried to revive him there on the front lawn. He was picked up off of the front lawn, put into an ambulance, and taken to the hospital. Okay? Stay with us. Stay with us.
Police officer. He knows how, if something's gone wrong, he might cover up a wee bit better than dumping the body of the guy he's just beat up on his own front lawn. How ridiculous is this? But this is what the defense keeps claiming. Because they have to explain why his body is on Brian Albert's front lawn. Because that is where it is. And that is the prosecution's case, that Karen Reed hit him, and that's why he's lying on the front lawn. Now the defense has to explain away why he's on Brian Albert's front lawn and not someplace else. All right. So,
well,
let's just take a basic look at this.
Okay. Because he was found there. Okay? That's why the defense are claiming it. Okay? Because he was found. That's where he was found. Are you still with us? I mean, yeah, push it out. Push it out. Come on, Pat Brown. You got it. Come on. Push out that next thought. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, you can do better than that. Come on. Come on. You can do better than that. That was do better than that. Do better than that. Hold on. There you go. There you go. Okay, let's continue.
This case, from the defense point of view. Okay. So supposedly she does drop him off. He goes into the house and there's a party there. And there's a claim by the defense that the dog that supposedly bit his arm or scratched him up or attacked him in some way, which is not proven that it was a dog marks, and I don't believe they were dog marks on his arm. And the prosecution will say they are not. However, the defense claims they have some brilliant expert to say this is true. All right. So supposedly
it doesn't take a brilliant expert, just so you know. It doesn't take a brilliant expert to say not just that it was clearly an animal attack, but it doesn't take a brilliant expert to say that that's not what the medical examiner's report says are blunt force trauma wounds. Okay? Blunt force trauma. That's not scratches, abrasions. Those are not blunt force trauma. Okay? This is one of the reasons why everyone is suspicious. Catch up here, Pat Brown. Come on. One of the reasons why this is all suspicious is because the medical examiner's report refers to those wounds as blunt force trauma. And also, no samples were ever taken to even be tested for animal DNA. Why is that? I mean, you're a criminal profiler. I know that's not exactly your forte, but when a police officer dies under suspicious circumstances, wouldn't it make sense to do a full autopsy, examine every wound, take samples of every single wound, abrasion, anything, and test it? Wouldn't that make sense? I don't know. I'm new to this, right? I don't know.
Supposedly, the defense says, well, that dog didn't get along well with strangers. So then you wonder if he's having a party at his house, why the dog would be running around. Oh, okay. So you say, well, no, he put the dog like in the basement. And then somehow John O'Keefe ended up with him in the basement. And this is where everything went bad. They got in some kind of argument and he assaulted him and the dog jumped in and attacked him. And he ended up,
It's just a theory, dummy, but okay.
I guess, cracking his skull or something, falling. I don't know. Because there's actually no evidence that there was a fight. Now, this is a big guy. This is a big guy.
No, not according to the prosecution, but according to common sense, there's more evidence that there was a fight than there was of him being hit with an SUV, considering the fact that he only sustained injuries from the neck up and scratches and abrasions along his arm with a bite mark around his elbow. Okay.
Two guys have been drinking who are big guys. When they get in a fight, you're usually going to see people punching each other out. You're going to see some damage to the face. You're going to see maybe some punches to the abdomen. You're going to see.
You mean like the two black eyes that he had? You mean like the bloody nose that he had? Like that? You mean like the bruised knuckles that he had? Like that? Okay.
See some just defense wounds where you're putting up your hand to stop it. None of that exists.
No.
The only thing that exists is some markings here and that he hit his head. Now.
Yeah, she's clearly done her homework, folks. She's asking herself right now, how did I reach these conclusions of facts on this case? How did this happen? Let me think. Hold on. Let me think. She's still thinking, folks. Hold on a second. How did I get to the facts of this case? How did I reach these conclusions? How did I do that? How did I do that? How did I do that?
I'm retarded?
There it is. There it is. There it is. Yes. Let's give her a hand, folks. Let's give her a hand. Oh my God. Wait. Here we go.
Let's assume that really did happen. They got in an argument. There was not an actual fight, but they got in an argument, and let's say John O'Keefe made a lunge. Because why is the dog attacking him anyway? So let's say he lunged at Brian Albert.
Lunged.
So the dog tries to protect his master, so he goes at Brian Albert. Made a lunge. Because why is the dog attacking him anyway? So let's say he lunged at Brian Albert. And okay, so attacking him anyway. So let's say he lunged at Brian anyway. So let's say he lunged at Brian Albert. So let's say he lunged at Brian Albert. Let's say he lunged at Brian Albert. Let's say he lunged at Brian Albert. And okay, so the dog tries to protect his master, so he goes, and he goes at John, and John protects his master, so he goes, and he goes at. Okay, so the dog.
Hold on, I gotta do it, dude. I gotta do it. This lady's too much fun.
Tries to protect his master, so he goes, and he goes out to protect his master. So he goes, "Arr!" And he goes out to protect his master. So he goes, "Arr!" And he tries to protect his master. So he goes, "Arr!" And he goes at John.
I'm such
and
a child.
John staggers back and falls and hits his head. Doesn't die, mind you, just hits his head. He's unconscious. So now this police officer, what is his next move? Well, I would pretty much assume that another police officer, the first thing he's going to want to do is save his life. He's going to say, "Hey guys, call." He's going to say, "Call 911," or get his own phone. "Call 911. He fell and hit his head." The worst, since there was no sign of any actual fight, and maybe if the dog really did attack his arm, I mean, he's not going to go to prison for murder because his dog jumped on John.
No, he's going to go to prison for murder for beating the shit out of him and then throwing him on his lawn. That's what he's going to go to prison for. Dummy.
That's ridiculous. The dog didn't lunge and bite his face. It didn't do all kinds of things. He wasn't standing there pushing the dog on saying, "Have at it." You know, he didn't have 200 bite marks on him. So it would look like an accidental thing that happened. He calls 911. The EMTs show up. They take him to the hospital. Maybe save his life. Not a big deal. I mean, there might be some repercussions, but nothing to the fact that you need to stage his girlfriend murdering him. Okay, so let's say, so he decides not to do that, you see. So he's now going to go this bananas route, okay? He's going to say, okay, now this guy is lying here. What will I do? Okay. So the defense will say, all the people left the house and they didn't see John lying on the front lawn at the time they left. And they say, get this one, that the snowplow dude, right? What time was it? At 2:30 a.m., the snowplow guy said he didn't see a body there. Yet, the defense also says that at 2:23, 7 minutes before the snowplow guy says he didn't see a body on the lawn, 7 minutes before, Jennifer McCabe has arrived home and already looked up, supposedly at that time, how long does it take to die out there in the cold?
Dude, I'm addicted to this. This is just fucking fantastic.
How long does it take to die out there in the cold? How long does it take to die out there in the cold? How long does it take to die out there in the cold? In the snow. How long does it take to die out there in the cold?
Oh my God.
In the snow. Well, if the body wasn't already in the front yard in the snow at 2:30, why is Jennifer McCabe looking that up? Now, the prosecution will tell you that the time that the defense.
This lady's just making so much sense right now, man. Like, anybody who's actually read a fucking document is listening to this lady and going, oh, how fucking dumb are you? Seriously. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, lady? You, like, how do you even read, much less write a fucking book? How does that happen?
Defense is claiming is incorrect. It happened way later, but that she made this search on Google. But if the body wasn't already out there, what did he do? Say to her, "Oh God, don't worry about it, Jennifer. Go home. I'm gonna stick the body on the."
Yeah, lady. Yes, you're absolutely describing exactly what fucking happened. Totally. It's totally what happened. And mind you, this brilliant woman, this handsome woman here she made this video prior to today's testimony, just so you know. That's why this aged so well, just so you know.
The front lawn and let him die in the cold. That's what I'm going to do. And then I'm going to frame Karen Reed with the most fantastical amount of work that you could ever imagine to try to frame somebody who simply dropped him off and left. How would you do that? How would
you realize that the witnesses that haven't taken the stand yet claim that they saw her leave, drive away. They saw her SUV do fucking everything except hit John, right? And yes, all of those people left an after party where this man was supposedly laying in the front lawn and nobody saw anything, as you stated. Nobody saw anything. But she supposedly struck him like between 12:30 and 1 a.m., right? Right? But, you know, all of these people, nobody saw his body laying in the lawn. That's not suspicious. No. But, you know, somehow they're exonerated. Yo, my pause game people, bruh, lady. I'm telling you, it's cheating, dude. It's like, yeah. It's like being Shaq without having to fucking shoot free throws. It's pausing this lady is like being Shaq without having to shoot free throws, and there's no fouling. That's basically what it is. It's too easy.
How would you suddenly be able to have taillight fragments on there and his DNA there and have her, oh my God, even have a broken taillight? Oh, no, because maybe she broke it later just to help him out. Or
what?
They actually broke it for her, you know, the conspiracy theory that, you know, everybody in the police department, the EMTs, the firefighters, and medical examiner, everybody's out to get her and save his butt.
Right. The EMT who is been proven to perjure herself on the stand, who's actually friends with one of the residents of the home. Yeah, that EMT, along with all of the cops who happen to know Brian Albert personally. I mean, right. They party and hang out with him. Right. Michael Proctor, who is the lead investigator, who has a personal relationship with the Alberts, which was just proven through cross-examination. And Bev fucking shit a brick on the on the bench. Yeah, that just happened, by the way.
And therefore they're smashing up taillights and so on and so forth. And then on top of it, he believes he can get her to actually say, did I kill him? Did I hit him? Did I hit him? Wow. I mean, he's going to do all of that, get all of that accomplished. Or is that totally ridiculous? Let's say, or is that totally ridiculous? Or is that, or is that totally ridiculous?
Lady,
let's say,
I'm just going to play her in slow-mo because she sounds more credible drunk.
He actually did think, oh my God.
This is more honest when she sounds drunk.
I don't want to call 911. They're going to accuse me of something. So I'm going to get rid of this body. I'm going to get myself distanced from this problem. Everybody leaves.
Oh my God.
Do you actually think he's going to drop the body right on his front lawn so the whole police investigation comes to his front lawn?
Well, see, that's the problem, dummy, is the whole police investigation didn't come to his front lawn. There was a lack of an investigation that came to that front lawn. That's part of the defense that you're failing to mention, is how this investigation was fucked from the word go.
And then he's going to depend on trying to frame her to make it make sense. Or would it be easier if you already put him in a vehicle to move him around here? Just go down the street a wee bit and dump him someplace else where it looks like he got attacked by an animal or that he was drunk and got hit by a vehicle and then hit his head on the pavement. He's found on the side of...
Not if you're trying to frame the girlfriend who dropped him off, you brilliant profiler, you.
The road. Would that be easier than putting him on your... Would that be easier than the road? Would that be easier than putting him on your... Would that be easier than putting him on your front lawn?
Oh my God.
I would think so. You wouldn't have so much explaining to do, you know? Just so much explaining to do, you know? Just so much explaining to do, you know? Just much explaining to do, you know? Have so much explaining to do, you know?
Oh my God, lady.
Just do the simpler thing. Instead of this whole convoluted nonsense.
Just do the simpler thing. Just do the simpler thing. Why would you make things so complicated and just do the simpler thing instead of just carrying him out to your front lawn? Why wouldn't you just do the simpler thing, like pack his body up in one of your vehicles and then clean all of the DNA out of your vehicle after you drive him to a remote area, then make it come off like there was an animal attack? Because by saying this, I'm acknowledging the fact that his wounds must have been inflicted by an animal, but let's forget about that and just say, why doesn't he just do the simpler thing and then try to cover it up as an animal attack out in the woods somewhere and then clean all of the DNA, get everybody else in on it? Why not the simpler thing? Lady's killing me.
To try to frame a person for why he's dying on your front lawn or dead on your front lawn. Just move them off your damn front lawn. Okay? Isn't that the simpler thing to do?
I can't, dude.
And he, okay? Okay? Okay?
Oh my God. This
Isn't
the stupidest
that the
woman
simpler
ever.
thing to do? And he's a police officer. I'm pretty sure he has ability to have at least some logic in even in a circumstance like that. So what is the real reason why the defense keeps saying on Brian Albert's front lawn? It's because his body was on Brian Albert's front lawn and they have to explain.
She got it. Hey, how about that? She got it. She figured it out.
Why this guy would even put the body on the front lawn. But they can't really explain it very well, except to say, to frame Karen Reed, and then go through all the shenanigans.
Shenanigans.
To support that.
Wow.
Absolute nonsense.
If by shenanigans you mean prosecution testimony through cross-examination, yeah.
And that's the best they can do. I'm gonna say hopefully the jury isn't a bunch of idiots. All right. So that's my view on all of this craziness. I'll be curious to see how it all ends up. So I'm interested in what your comments what comments you have on this.
And she'll delete them.
But if you're one of those turtle twats, you can just stay over at the Turtle Masters channel. Twats, you can just stay over at the Turtle Masters channel. Twats, you can just stay over at the Turtle
Did
Masters.
she say turtle twat? Hold on, I gotta hear that one more time.
One of those turtle twats, you can just
She said turtle twat.
stay over at the Turtle Masters channel. Please do. But otherwise, if you're just rational, logical, and polite, please do put something in the comments below.
Which means that if you say anything that shows how stupid this video is, I'm gonna delete the comment.
And if you're new to the channel, please do subscribe, like this video, share it, and let's see what happens with this case. Bye-bye.
All right, let's see. Shut up. Let's see what the comments say. This comment section is going to go crazy in 3, 2, 1. Oh my God. You do things when drunk and angry, you regret when you sober up. This is exactly what I think happened in the case. When she sobered up, she panicked. When she was asked if she killed him, she said, "We all know who killed him." Then her attorney quickly interjected to say the answer is no, she didn't kill him. Yeah, that's what a lawyer's supposed to do. I thought that didn't look good. She just had to say no, but she hesitated also. No, like this is the level of intelligence. Look, no comments that are in any way, shape, or form that would feed the narrative that Karen Reed is innocent. Everything is, oh, it's an accident. I think it was an accident. And then, right. There's nobody who's actually like, and this should tell you right here, this is 21 hours ago. This video has 4,000 views, and she is a famous criminal profiler. Famous, folks. A famous criminal profiler. And she has not even broken 5,000 views. I mean, that's because she's deleting the comments that have common sense in them. Clearly. I thought we would have a little fun after the fact, folks. So bright and early tomorrow, guys, as usual, I am going to go live again. I think Turtle Boy is going to be on Howie Carr again today. So I'm going to take a few hours to chill. And then I'll go live again and cover the Howie Carr stuff. And maybe we'll go over a few other things. Maybe I'll take some phone calls. But I really want to thank you guys for joining me today and hanging out. I had a great time as always. Big win for the defense as usual. I mean, it's a landslide so far. Because again, what matters here is what the jury hears and how they hear it. And so far, the defense is doing an incredible job of showing exactly how the prosecution has absolutely no case, on top of the fact that they are clearly paving a very clear and easy road to a third-party culprit defense. And we're getting there. So You guys are amazing. Thank you guys for everything. Please make sure to hit the like if you have not done so already. Thank you for those of you who have already done so, as well as subscribing and all of the support. I appreciate all you guys, all of you new subscribers. I hope you're enjoying the channel, and I appreciate you guys. I love you very much. Big shout out to Tom CPU for giving us that coverage outside of the courthouse. It was great, as normal, as always. It really means the world to me to be hanging out with you guys, and I can't wait till tomorrow. So I love you guys very much, and we will do this again very soon, my friends.